All right, I know we have quorums, so let's get the meeting underway. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee meeting number 41. First, I would like to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. I'll ask the committee clerk for a roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Curry,
Here.
Councillor Johnson, Councillor Kavanaugh,
Present.
Councillor Kelly,
Present.
Councillor Kitts,
Here.
Councillor Lowe,
Here.
Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Councillor Troster. I saw her.
Here.
Yeah. Vice Chair Gower,
Here.
Chair, you have quorum.
Chair,
Thank
I'm
you
also
very
here.
much.
Chair, I'm here as well.
Oh, good morning, Councillor Dudas. Good morning. So this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those specifically identified in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment to submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on February 12th, 2025. Please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? Nope. Are the minutes of our meeting number 40, January 15th, 2025 confirmed? Thank you. Let's run through the agenda and see what comes off. The item 4.1 is the zoning bylaw amendment for 16 Anna and 1160 Carling. We have public delegations to speak to this one. I've asked the planner, Ms. Getchen, to provide a very brief presentation on that one. There is the zoning bylaw amendment for 166 Shellerite Street and 225 Cope Drive. There are no presentation plan, no delegations, and no correspondence. Do members want this held? Mr. Ireland from Novatech, if the committee is prepared to carry this, do you still wish to speak? I'm going to take that as a no. So is that item carried? Thank you, colleagues. The Greenfield Residential Land Survey, I believe staff had intended to provide a brief presentation on that one.
That's correct, Chair. We have a presentation.
Okay, so we'll hold that for a brief presentation. Obviously, item 4.4, the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for battery energy storage systems, multiple delegations on that one, so we're going to hold it. And then my motion, shelter use in all zones. There is one public delegation on that one. So at the appropriate time, Vice Chair Gower will take the chair and we'll run through that one. So let's go back to the top, where the first held item is the zoning bylaw amendment for 16 Anna and 1160 Carling Avenue. Ms. Getchen, we're all yours for a brief presentation whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, members of committee. My name is Samantha Gachny. I'm the file lead for this application at 16 Anna and 1160 Carling Avenue. Next slide, please. So just to set the context in terms of where we are, so the site is located at the southwest corner of Anna Avenue and Carling Avenue in the Carlington neighborhood. It's surrounded by residential uses to the south, which comprise of detached and semi-detached houses with some low-rise apartments, and then commercial uses along Carling to the east and west, including an existing daycare located across the street of Anna Avenue on the east side that's owned by the same operator who's the proponent today. To the north of the site is some institutional uses, including a mental hospital and a long-term care home. On the site existing today, there is an existing 1.5-story daycare at the corner site, 1160 Carling Avenue. And then on the interior site, 16 Anna, it's an existing 1.5-story detached dwelling. Next slide, please. So right now you are seeing a concept plan for site. So this shows the existing daycare on the corner site. It's a 159 square meter daycare, which is operated by the owner of the Children's Place. And then the interior lot is an existing detached dwelling that has been used for storage for the past approximately 20 years. And what's being proposed today is the zoning bylaw amendment would consider the lots one lot for zoning purposes because they're under the same ownership. And the purpose of this is to enable rezoning to Archeo Main Street Subzone 10, and the primary reason being to enable the existing detached dwelling at 16 Anna to be converted into a daycare. This would expand the Children's Place's daycare operations, which already exist at the corner of Anna and Carling. No external renovations are proposed. It would be interior only. As part of the zoning bylaw amendment, it would also introduce a site-specific exception. The exception would continue prohibiting uses which are already prohibited at 1160 Carling. These include certain commercial uses such as bar, funeral home, nightclub. So instead of just the corner, it would apply to both properties there. The amendment also seeks to to address certain non-compliance areas which exist because of the age of the dwellings and the properties there. These relate to various things such as the driveway, the yards, the building themselves. The zoning bylaw amendment would only provide relief to the properties as they exist today. Any future development would be subject to the current zoning bylaw provisions. And finally, the amendment would maintain the existing 11-meter height maximum that applies to 1160 Carling today, and it would apply for the entire site now. The intent of the zoning bylaw amendment is to address zoning compliance today, as well as allow for the site to be developed in the future as a singular parcel. Next slide, please. And before I finish my presentation, I just want to go over the policy context quickly. So the site is located within the Interurban Transit and is designated as Main Street Corridor. The Main Street Corridor designation encourages mid to high density along the roads and encourages intensification overall. The site is also located, you'll see, adjacent to a planned LRT station at the intersection of Anna and Carling Avenue, so in proximity to higher order transit. And then I would like to reiterate that the official plan supports the provision of accessible childcare facilities through its gender and equity goals. Final slide, please. Staff recommend approval of the application. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny. We'll have an opportunity to pose questions to staff after hearing from delegations. I note that the consulting team and the owners, Cindy Henderson and Tammy Breckel of the Children's Place are here, along with Fotan. I'll give them the option. Did they want to speak after the public delegations with their 5-minute presentation or before? Fantastic. In that case, we'll move straight to our public delegations, the first of whom is Annie Wu, who will be followed by Bernard Sullivan. Is Annie here in the room? Yep. Good morning, Ms. Wu. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. And if we just ask it, there we go.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for your time. The reason I took the time to address this issue is I've been living here since 2003. One of the challenges is this application was submitted to the city 20 years ago in 2004. The city refused them. There are concerns with this operator. It's a land use issue. One of the things we've noticed is this operator does not manage its site very well. And they've always managed to say, well, you know, it's for children. But one of my biggest concern, I've spoken to the planner several times, is if this plan goes forth, you rubber stamp it, they can sell the whole damn lot for more money. And what I've observed happening in Carlington, and Riley will know to this one, is Leventon Fisher. They asked for application 1. They sit on it. And that application's been in the system for 10 years. And there's never been any housing built. So granted, we need space for children. My concern is that lot, because it's on 2 streets, it's not very safe for children. And because they have sites on both sides of Anna Avenue. And so the people are always having the crisscross. The children get dropped off on one side, and then, I don't know, but they use both buildings. So a lot of this has to do with configuration. And they spent a fortune doing whatever work they're supposed to do. But one of the things is we have an aging infrastructure. I'm a little bit distressed because we just had the water main blow on my street on Saturday. So one of the things I'm worried about is if they get the site, they get the kids, they said they've never used this site for children. They've had the building for over 20 years for storage. I find that a bit disingenuous because I bought the house at the same time. That's a $200,000 house from 2003. So diamond storage would probably been cheaper. So I'm wondering why they say they're expanding. They talked to Mr. Riley, they talked to my city community association, but they've never explained how many kids live in this place. There's a 24-hour site. There's also no explanation of how many kids are going to be there. There's 9 parking spots. But one of the things I find interesting is their workers, employees end up parking all over the neighborhood. So I'm just a bit concerned about the operational stuff. And I don't really want to see a kid flattened when the parents are the ones who run them over. And I've seen really bad driving, okay? So one of the reasons I brought this up was the city seems to want intensification because they're inner urban, but there seems to be not enough connection between land use for intensification, for affordable housing. One of the things I'm worried about is they're going to build a 30-story building there. After they sell it, they can move anywhere else in the city. And so that's my worry. And I can't even afford what they're building now all along the corridor from Preston to Carlingwood Mall. I did the math. I don't make $120,000, so I can't afford $4,000. So these are my future hyper-vigilant thing, but I've lived in this neighborhood and I'm just worried. So I don't know how many kids in there. I don't know how many they want to expand. If they want to help the healthcare workers, we have a brand new hospital down the road. They can put daycare right in there. So I'm very worried about all these things. And I don't like the vagueness and the lack of transparency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wu. I'm assuming this is Mr. Sullivan?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, so are you presenting together?
He's doing
No.
next.
In that case, I'll just ask members if you have any questions for Ms. Wu. I don't see any. Thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning. My name is Bernard Sullivan, and I own and live in the house at 14 Viscount Avenue, and it's kitty corner to the property at 16 Anna. I've been living there since 1986. I don't support the application to change the residential zoning at 16 Anna. In January this year, I saw a City of Ottawa development sign placed in front of the building at 1160 Carling Avenue. The wording on the sign did not propose rezoning 16 Anna. However, the proposal to rezone that property is the most critical matter of this application. The city's sign should have been placed in front of 16 Anna, where pedestrians and residents of Anna could see it. Without close examination of the city sign on Carling Avenue, many people would assume that it was 1160 Carling that was the focus of development. None of the neighbors I spoke with were aware of the 16 Anna application. Since residents of Stevenson Avenue and Viscount Avenue live immediately to the east and west of Anna, notice should have been given to them about the proposed rezoning. There are a few representatives from Carlington here today because they have no idea what's going on. And placing the city sign in front of 1160 Carling did nothing to increase neighborhood participation. In 2004, 43 residents from Stevenson and Viscount Avenues signed a petition against the first proposal to rezone 16 Anna. And in 2004, our community had 8 months to hold meetings and discuss that first application. Today, the 2025 proposal would result in parking problems and traffic congestion, an open door to the imposing of a much larger, higher building in the neighborhood, and overall an undesirable intrusion into a stable residential community. So I ask the Planning and Housing Committee to reject the application and help us maintain the quality of life in Carlington. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan. I'll ask if any members have questions for you. I have a couple. So Councillor Troster first.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Sorry, could you elaborate on the point that a daycare expanding would be an undesirable intrusion on the neighborhood?
Just it's the change of the zoning. So whatever happens, if something happens after the daycare leaves, we don't know. That could be the intrusion of a larger building coming in. That's what I'm thinking. It's the uncertainty. When we keep the residential zoning, we know what the restrictions are, but if that's removed, it opens the door to bigger and more intrusive things. That's what I had in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Plant.
Thank you. I don't come here often, but it's so nice to see you. So I just have a quick question because from what I've experienced, daycares are very good to help women get back into the workforce, help families reestablish 2 incomes. So is the issue that? Because I would welcome you guys anytime, any day in Ward 12. So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, no, it's not daycare. I'm fully supportive of daycare.
Just not this one.
It's not that I don't support this daycare. What I'm opposed to is changing the zoning to commercial of that property. The daycare has been operating there for 20 years or more. It can continue. I don't have any problem with that. My concern is changing the zoning of 16 Anna from residential to commercial.
So do they have to change the zoning to have the daycare?
That's what I wonder.
So they're confirming that, yes, they have to change zoning to have the daycare.
To expand their daycare. The daycare has been operating there for 20 years or more.
Right. And we have more people having babies, more kids in the neighborhood. These are all good things. We want
agree.
more children. We want more families. We want more. I'm just really confused.
I agree. Daycare is good.
I'm sorry. I'm just really confused, Chair. You go ahead. I'm lost. But
No,
anyways.
that's okay. We'll ask staff in a moment, I'm sure, for clarification on what the zoning mechanism is and why it's required. I'll give some leisure. One more comment. There are no further questions for you that I see, but
The confusion is the fact that when I talk to the planner, if you rezone this property, it's a land use issue, it will never be reverted back to residential. So if they sell the place, they can ask for the next application to build a higher building. That's our biggest concern. Because there's nothing in the official plan, bylaws for the owner to revert it back to residential. So if it goes from what it is now up to 3 stories, then it could go up. If they go back for another iteration, it could go, because Carling Main Street is considered medium density. It can go 40 stories like what we have Westgate right now.
Okay.
That is our biggest concern. And it's actually 74 meters down from Carling. So if you take that precedence where everything is taking the line further down by 74 meters, my house will be right next to this one on Stevenson because there's a car dealership that's been sold. There's 1144 next door. We're worried about precedent sitting. If you allow this, then they'll just go, all the lovely developers will just buy up the first 3 houses closest to the main drag. That's our biggest deal. So it's not to do with kids. It has to do with that rezone. If they gave them the zone to
Oh.
have kids, then made it go back to residential, we probably wouldn't care.
Okay. Thank you. So those are the delegations who have signed up to speak. I'll turn it over now to the applicants and their planning team, Ms. Henderson and Brickell, along with FOTEN. If you want to take 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, we're all yours.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a presentation. If I could request that it be put up on the screen. Thanks very much. I'll just get started. Thank you very much, Chair and committee members, for hearing this application. My name is Tamara Nahal. I am the applicant planner at FOTEN Planning and Design, representing the Children's Place. The Children's Place has been in operation for 45 years. As you've heard, they did try to submit an application for this same project 20 years ago, and we're here again. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to permit the Children's Place to expand their daycare to 16 Anna. As you did hear, they did purchase it 20 years ago and it has remained vacant since. I have been into the building. It is an empty house. There is, a kitchen. There's empty rooms, but it's predominantly storage. They can't use it for their daycare purposes. They're not allowed. The provincial regulation that regulates daycares are very strict. They are not permitted to operate a daycare unless it is zoned for a daycare. And that's why we're here today. Could I get the next slide, please? So the site, as you heard from Samantha's presentation, is very well located. It can contribute to the development of 15-minute neighborhoods by virtue of its location on a Main Street corridor. Carling Ave, as we know, is both intended for an O-train at grade under the official plan policies, Schedule C2. The site's also well served by bus service, and over the years since the Children's Place began operating, more and more residents began walking to this daycare. So many of the residents that access this service live in the Carlington neighborhood in the broader community. Many also access it by car and by public transit, as well as other modes of transportation, because it's very well connected. Next slide, please. So the Children's Place is a nonprofit childcare provider. They provide services 24/7 for families who work in shifts, are on call, work evenings and weekends. The families work in the nearby hospitals. For many years, they have wanted to expand their business, but have been unable to. And since it has been used for storage ever since it was purchased in 20 years ago, it has remained vacant. As you heard as well, there are no exterior changes, and we do understand a big concern is parking congestion, traffic pickups, and drop-offs. And I'll speak to that a little bit later. Could I get the next slide, please, as well? And the site, it looks and functions very much like a single detached home at present. We understand some concerns have been raised regarding privacy as well. There's a pretty big fence. There's some trees in the rear yard as well. Next slide, please. And so the site's designation is worth noting, but I think I'll skip that for now. Next slide, please. Thank you. So when we get into the zoning bylaw, so this is the meat of the issue that we heard just now. The site is proposed to be rezoned in its entirety. We feel this is appropriate because the site is indeed a commercial use. However, we understand that there are concerns about it turning into something else. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment before you is for the application that's on the table, which is to permit a daycare to operate in an existing building with no changes to that building. There's no other applications on the table. We're not looking to bring anything else forward. We can only speak to the application before you today, which is to permit a daycare. And we also knew this would be a concern to the community going into it. So that's why the zoning bylaw amendment has been crafted the way it is. We sought to include those prohibitions from 1160 Carling because we understand uses such as nightclub and funeral home are not desirable uses next to a low-rise residential neighborhood that's very well established. We would maintain those, as we would also maintain the 11-meter height limit, which effectively means if anyone were to seek to redevelop this property one day in the future, they would have to go through the proper city channels of undertaking their own zoning bylaw amendment and potentially doing a whole other host of studies and plans. The application before you is looking to maintain the buildings as they are today. And one important point is that the AM zone would allow us to operate a daycare. Daycare is not permitted in the residential neighborhood. The site's current zoning is an R1O, residential first density subzone O. This permits home-based daycares operating out of an individual's home, but it does not permit daycare. Next slide, please. So the intent here is to recognize that both properties are indeed commercial because they are operating a commercial daycare run by the nonprofit, but at the same time also recognizing the fact that there are simply certain building changes that will not be happening. So the height limit is maintained, the buildings as they exist will be maintained, and this zoning bylaw amendment would only apply to the buildings as they exist today. Should there be any changes down the road, that would change the story, but that's not what we're here for today. Next slide, please. And one last thing. So the site plan is on the screen, and I wanted to speak to the issue of parking and traffic. We have tried to regularize the parking as much as possible. Over the years, parking has been established, and we're looking to improve upon it and try to put as many parking spaces off the street as possible. That said, a public road is indeed public, and people are permitted to park there, provided they follow the signage. So if someone were to be picking up and dropping off their children, this would be an operational issue. It would not be a zoning issue. And it's something that Cindy and Tammy have been working very hard on leading up to this application. And they understand that there are many concerns about it from the neighbors, but they have been thinking about how to fix this problem. Next slide, please.
You are out of, oh. I'll let you finish that slide.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the members to see if there are any questions for you. And I don't see any. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Do members have questions of staff? I don't see any hands up. Any questions of staff? Councillor Lowe?
Thanks very much, Chair. One of the public delegations brought up the 2004 staff recommendation to not approve it. I'm just curious about the difference between that file and this one, perhaps the planning legislation context or the overall context there.
Of course. Thank you, Councillor. So things have changed a lot between 2004 to now. I think you can imagine in terms of what we're looking forward to our city. And the biggest thing, so in 2004, the zoning bylaw amendment application itself was different in that they were proposing a site-specific exception just to allow daycare at 16 Anna. They had other provisions which were intended to help with the compatibility, but weren't necessarily planning enforceable things such as limiting the amount of children who could be in the yard at the time. So the application itself is different, but in terms of the policy context, looking at our current official plan with the focus on intensification on 15-minute neighborhoods, and I think the nature of furthering gender and equity, that's a lot more in the eyes of where we're going for our city now. And so looking at the context of the application, whereas then the perspective is preserving, the existing residential nature of the neighborhood and of 16 Anna, whereas looking at this application and the zoning now, it's considering how can redevelopment occur, not just maybe for this proposal, it's just a daycare, but if they were to decide to redevelop it as a single parcel, how does that function? And is this zoning bylaw amendment appropriate in that case as well?
Okay, makes sense. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster.
Yeah, thank you so much. This question is for staff, but it might be the applicant who wants to answer. It's my understanding that this is like the only 24/7 daycare of its kind in the city that caters to hospital workers. Is that correct? Or one of the only?
I'm not sure if you heard that, Councillor Troster, but the applicant, the owner said yes.
Yeah. So just so folks know, if we want healthcare, we also need childcare for healthcare workers. So I encourage folks to support this application. I know a dear friend of mine was a single mom working as a midwife, and there were 0 childcare options available for her when she was on call. So this is an important one. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, just to make this perfectly clear, if this passes, then the daycare owners now own both, and they're allowed to do what they need to do. and then in future they wanted to sell it and upzone it and turn it into residential and put up 40 stories, there would be a long process, community consultation, many studies. Would have to work with our official plan. The community would be fully alerted and apprised of this, and there would be fulsome consultations.
Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I don't see any further questions from members. Sorry, Councillor Brockington.
Chair, I do not have questions for staff. I just want to make a few comments since there's no other speakers. Is that okay?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So colleagues, I support the application before us. I am disappointed for the last at least 20 years, if not longer. This building has not served any constructive purposes. I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards storage and or staff meetings, but this is a house. It is currently owned by the Children's Place. There is no demolition required. There's no reconstruction required. It's just, can we use the current facility for childcare purposes, which are grossly needed in this community and across the city, particularly 24/7, and infant care, which I believe is what's being proposed. All this to say, I hear concerns about commercial creep. I think that's a legitimate concern. And not something that, I favor in residential communities in the interior. However, when you balance all of the issues that we have before us, we ask ourselves, is this a reasonable planning application? Is this a reasonable use for this existing structure? When I balance everything out that I've heard from my community, I still believe that this is the right course of action. So in addition to outreach that the city did, my office did, and deliver notices on Anna to abutting businesses, ROH, community association. We do acknowledge we did hear back from residents. Appreciate those that came today. But Chair, I do support the application before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. There are no further questions or comments. Colleagues, this item carried?
Carrie.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. So we're going to get a presentation on the Greenfield Residential Land Survey. Good morning, Royce. We're in your hands.
Thank you, Chair and members of committee. Joining me today is Maddie Herman Fernandez. It's the file lead for our Greenfield Residential Land Survey, which is otherwise known as a residential land supply when we were talking about the provincial planning statement. So I'll turn it over to Maddie to give us the results of our latest land supply survey.
Thank you, Chair and Royce, and good morning, members of committee. My name is Maddie Herman Fernandez, and I'm a planner with Research and Forecasting. Today I'll be briefly going over the Greenfield Residential Land Survey mid-2023 update. The next slide. Yeah. So the official plan divides Ottawa's urban area into two categories, a built-up area and a greenfield area. And this Greenfield Residential Land Survey monitors the residential land supply within the Greenfield portion of the urban area. The Greenfield land supply is further divided into two categories. The existing designated Greenfield supply, which consists of Greenfield parcels that were within the urban area prior to the adoption of the official plan, and future neighborhoods, which consist of parcels that were added to the urban boundary by council during the new official plan process in 2021. And this report updates the Greenfield land supply to mid-2023. Next slide. Thank you. This is a map showing the existing designated greenfield parcels in dark green and future neighborhood parcels in pink. And together they make up the total greenfield land supply as of mid-2023. So to update the existing designated, oh, sorry, next slide, please. So to update the existing designated greenfield supply, we started with the supply as of last mid-2022 report update of 1,482.2 net hectares. Land was then removed from new greenfield housing starts over the next 12-month period from July 1st, 2022 to July 1st, 2023. And then the remaining supply was then recalculated based on proposed development applications, parcel data, and aerial imagery. And this resulted in an existing designated greenfield land supply of 1,358.1 net hectares, which has an estimated dwelling potential for 60,758 dwellings. Next slide, please. So the provincial planning statement requires a 15-year supply of designated and available residential land to be maintained at all times. And the official plan projects 49,772 dwellings over the next, will be needed over the next 15 years. And that's an annual average of 3,318 dwellings. So using the average density by dwelling type over the past 5 years, we calculated the annual average greenfield land requirement, and this projects a need for 88.6 net hectares of greenfield land per year, or 1,329 net hectares of land over the next 15 years to accommodate these dwellings. Next slide, please. So with an existing designated greenfield supply of 1,358.1 net hectares of land, we have sufficient supply to meet the projected demand of 1,329 net hectares with a surplus of 29.1 hectares. Of this supply, 646.4 net hectares are registered or draft approved with servicing capacity, which is sufficient for over 7 years and is more than double the provincial requirement of 3 years of supply. Next slide, please. So it is also important to note the actual greenfield development over the past 5 years has been lower than official plan projections. From 2018 to 2023, the official plan projected 23,000 dwellings to be built on 629 net hectares of greenfield land, while over that same period, 20,400 housing starts were built on 531 net hectares of greenfield land. So that's 2,500 fewer housing starts and 98 fewer hectares developed than projected using official plan projections. Next slide, please. So in addition to the existing designated greenfield supply, future neighborhood parcels were added to the urban area by council during the new official plan process in 2021. This added an additional 1,281 gross hectares of greenfield land, of which half, or 640.5 net hectares, would be available for residential development to accommodate approximately 23,050 dwellings. These future neighborhood parcels are added to the total greenfield supply once the secondary planning process begins. And sorry, as of year-end 2024, 1,188.2 gross hectares of future neighborhood parcels started the secondary plan process, which added an additional 594.1 net hectares to the total greenfield supply to accommodate an additional 21,390 dwellings. Next slide, please. So when supplementing the existing designated greenfield land supply with the 594.1 net hectares of future neighborhood parcels designated and available for residential development, the total greenfield residential land supply is now 1,952.2 net hectares, which provides an additional 8.7 years of projected supply to 2047. Next slide, please. So in the fall of last year, Council approved initiating an official plan growth projection update in 2025 based on Ministry of Finance population projections. However, as we noted, actual greenfield demand over the past 5 years has been less than projected using current official plan projections. And using these current official plan projections, the existing designated greenfield supply exceeds the 15-year minimum land requirement by the provincial planning statement, and future neighborhood parcels that are designated and available for residential development add an additional 9 years of supply. Therefore, there is more than enough greenfield land supply to be able to accommodate any increase in greenfield demand until the official plan growth projections are updated. So that concludes the presentation. Let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Mr. Chair, probably you're following the news, but last night the mayor announced the city solicitor is taking the Canada Lakes Green Space Golf Course thing to the Supreme Court of Canada. So my question, in terms of the hectares you have here, do you have that land included in any of your numbers here?
I would have to look up the specific application. I could get back to you to confirm.
Okay, that's very good. And the lands, so the KNL development that is along Terry Fox and Canada North that has been waiting for 20 years to get a stormwater plan. Do we just continue to add in those hectares and consider that in the number? Even though it's been 20 years, we still keep using that number and it's never materializing. It may in future, but we just keep doing that because it's the only red on the map, which is registered land.
So Chair, there are several categories of the supply. Registered is one of the categories of our supply, but there's also a draft approved lands that currently have applications and lands that do not have applications and lands that are within approved secondary plans that are awaiting applications. So it's almost like a pipeline, so to speak. So if lands are not in any of those categories, they're not captured in the survey.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. As is my custom, this is another opportunity to back up my position that Orleans South is growing extremely rapidly. So I just wanted to rhyme off some fun highlights from this report. So from 2022 to 2023, the Orleans sub area accounted for 28% of total greenfield land consumed citywide. Interestingly, the Orleans sub area is meant to be shared between 4 wards, but 80% of the growth in that sub area is confined to Ward 19. The balance of the 72% of land consumption across the city is shared between 8 other wards. And even though we heard that there are fewer housing starts overall, Ward 19's community design plans, Mayor Blur and the East Urban community are both punching above their weight and still outpacing density targets established, meaning developers are building more units on their parcels than targeted in the CDPs. So, which since we're growing faster than anticipated, I extrapolate shows a disconnect with the official plan and transportation master plan for planned and funded transportation infrastructure. And finally, Orleans experienced the greatest year-over-year increase, while Canada, Stittsville, South Nepean, Leitrim, and Riverside South all experienced a decrease year-over-year in housing starts, signaling significant building in the East End. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a very different definition of what fun fact means. Vice Chair Gower. Thank you. Well, my fun facts were that Canada Stittsville has the most designated greenfield residential supply. So that would suggest we're going to see a lot more growth in the next decade or two out in the West End. But also the chart that stood out for me in the report was just, although we're behind on our greenfield construction, when we're looking at our OP projections, the intensification and the building in the urban area are above what our projections were, which is what we were intending with the official plan, was to encourage more intensification rather than growth in the outlying areas. But I was curious, we did introduce new policy and process for urban boundary expansion requests. Can staff update us? Have there been any developers or landowners who've made a request to add area to our urban boundaries since we approved that process last year?
So Chair, we have received applications for urban expansions since that process was adopted by Council.
And can you give any specifics, size of the area or how those are progressing or?
So Chair, of the applications I'm aware of, that the size escaped me for each of the areas. I believe we have approximately 4 roundabouts, and I believe most of them, the applications are incomplete. They have to go through that infrastructure capacity review first before we can look at the land use aspects of those applications.
Okay. I think I'm aware of one in the West End that's probably could be described as rounding out or filling in. Like it's a small parcel, but do they tend to be smaller parcels, or are they larger areas, or any other? Can you characterize them in any way?
Of the applications we've seen, they are small to large.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. We're getting very technical here. Councillor Kelly?
I have no fun facts, but I am going to piggyback on what Councillor Gower has talked about, because I did want to, sometimes I talk about urban boundary expansions. And with what I just heard from staff in terms of our readily available greenfield supply that we already have, and some of what Councillor Gower just talked about. So at the same time as us having sufficient supply, and you have identified that, we're also entertaining applications to expand urban and village boundaries. Could you square that circle for me and comment on whether or not it is staff's position that, given what you've just presented to us, do we require any urban boundary expansions over the next couple decades to accommodate the population increase?
So Chair, the framework was provided to allow for the consideration of applications, which is new under the 2024 PPS, which is why staff recommended Council adopt that framework. So applicants and landowners are free to make those applications. This survey provides an updated land supply to help staff assess the need for the lands on those applications. In terms of the 2025 update, that is looking to use the latest Ministry of Finance population projections. So that would be an update in our demand. Presumably there'd be more than what was in the official plan and to a longer time horizon. So cannot say at this time whether our land supply would meet those needs until we've gone through that exercise of looking at how those population projections would translate into greenfield demand.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Chair. I can't help but notice that it's larger units that are out in greenfields, and I'm in an urban area, and we're getting a lot of development, and they're usually teeny weeny little units. And it bothers me a great deal because the infrastructure in our areas, we have schools and parks, and I mean, they're starting to fall apart, but they're there. And yet we're pushing families out by, with offering these greenfield housing. What are we doing to encourage family dwellings in urban areas?
So Chair, the official plan and the zoning bylaw will have enabling policies regarding larger units, and in some respects, targets and minimum sizes for those types of units to build to. Those enabling policies also allow the market to provide them where they may not have been there before. The policies don't actively seek to push out large dwellings to suburban areas. It's really a function of the price of construction per square foot, and it's just easier to provide and cheaper to provide those type of units in the suburban areas. So as we work through our program in our official plan and new zoning bylaw, review our infrastructure, monitor, we have a new infrastructure capacity monitoring program. We're looking at ways to reduce barriers on the municipal side for larger units through intensification, but we still very much need the actors on the private side to build those units once we remove those barriers.
Thank you, because the reality is it's cheaper to build a house out further. The greenfield is cheaper, but then they have to have cars and they have to go everywhere. You know, everything's further away. Their lifestyle is going to be more expensive. And so the cost will be the long term. And of course, if they're more central, that's lower, especially as we build stage 2 LRT and continue to build more rapid transit. So anyway, it's something that I feel the official plan has to, has tried to deal with, but we certainly have to encourage more family housing in the urban areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to staff for the report. Can staff just remind committee when the decision on whether or not to expand the urban boundary further would come? As I understand it, applications come in and then we take them all kind of at once. And I think that was supposed to be potentially mid to later 2025, but can you just remind us what the planning horizon is on that?
So, Chair, I'd categorize as 2 categories for Council's ability to consider expansions. The first would be applications, and they would be looking at the current official plan's planning horizon to 2046. The second category would be the 2025 official plan update, where Council would be able to consider updated population projections, an updated land supply at that time, and whether we would need additional urban or village expansion.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there, on the applications side, I know there's new provincial guidelines around it, but is the new process set up that we do take them all at once and have a process where they'll come back to committee all at once, or is it one by one if they're deemed complete? I'm sorry if I missed that.
So, Chair, each applications would be considered on their own as they are complete and ready for staff to make a recommendation, and then for committee and council to consider that recommendation.
Okay, all right, thanks, Chair. That's unfortunate because we really would have one-offs coming to us, and it's hard to make an evaluation when you're not looking at the entire picture. So I wish the process wasn't that the province hadn't moved in that direction, but we are where we are. Just with regard to some of the comments from Councillor Gower and Kelly, it is great to see the further, I guess, intensification of the urban areas that already exist. And I guess we set out a goal at the end of the planning period, I think it's 2046, to have a 51-49% split, essentially changing where development happens in the city over time. And I'm wondering, is that 51-49 looking better in that we may have more units being built in already built up areas than we were anticipating, especially for those smaller units? And is that target, I guess, becoming more flexible just given the history of what we've seen since we approved the official plan in 2021?
So, Chair, we have seen higher intensification recently than we projected in the official plan. So that 51-49% split of the growth will, if it continues, will likely be higher on the intensification side.
Okay, that's great news. Oh, sorry. Did you have more to add? I apologize if I cut you off.
Sorry, Chair, I forget the second part of the question. If you could...
Just that basically answers it, is that could go up in terms of, we set this number, but you can't predict how people will build necessarily, and we set the targets, but that may change naturally as things develop. And it's good to hear that it could end up being like a 55-45 or 60-40 split instead of the 51-49, depending on how things shake out or what the trend is. So great to hear that. And thanks to staff for the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I actually want to pick up just on that because I think what the question is from Councillor Menard, and forgive me, I don't want to put words in his mouth. We have a target of 51-49 in the official plan, and we anticipate adding a certain number of hectares of land, of greenfield, sufficient to meet that goal. If intensification continues to run higher, in the process that you're undertaking right now to determine how much more land we might need, does that mean that we will need to add less urban expansion land?
So, Chair, that it could. It also depends on if there's an increase in growth overall. So we could look at percentages, but also the absolute numbers also have to be looked at as well to make sure that, if growth is substantially higher, notwithstanding a percent for intensification and greenfield, if a lower greenfield percent still results in many more thousands of greenfield development than our supply can accommodate, that would naturally lead to a recommendation for an increase. But we have to look at both the percentages of the intensification target and the absolute greenfield demand as well.
Okay. So you are currently undertaking kind of a holistic exercise. I think you're waiting on some new data from the province to determine how much land, and that's earlier than we would have anticipated in response to the provincial policy statement changes. Those numbers will reflect a higher level of intensification than what we might have predicted.
So that would be part of the process, Chair, is once we've received those population projections, we convert them to dwelling projections. We would then have to reevaluate our intensification percent targets. And that's really sets a standard for how much is left for the greenfield.
And then 5 years from now, presumably we'll undertake another comprehensive exercise to determine whether or not we need to add land to the urban boundary. If intensification continues to outpace projections, that would play into how much land we may or may not need to add in 5 years' time.
That option would be available in 2031, for example, to evaluate the scenario that you just presented.
And then 5 years later, and then 5 years later, and then 5 years later.
That is correct. There's one provision in the Planning Act today. If a new official plan is adopted, a review does not have to occur for 10 years since the adoption of that date.
Okay. Excellent. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. I already said my piece on this, but just to confirm or better understand, this information will flow into the Transportation Master Plan update when it comes to growth and how that's going to be evaluated?
So, Chair, any updates in the growth projections in the 2025 official plan updates would then have to flow into both the IMP, the Infrastructure Master Plan, and the Transportation Master Plan to evaluate if any updates of those plans are required.
Well, we're going to get the update, the Transportation Master Plan update in advance of the update you're talking about.
So, Chair, the Transportation Master Plan this year will be the Transportation Master Plan that responds to the official plan Council adopted in 2022. If in this year, the same year 2025, and going into 2026 or 2027, the official plan is then updated again with growth projections, the Transportation Master Plan may also require another update at that time.
Okay, that's what I've come to understand. However, I mean, what is included in this report, that will be taken into consideration for the Transportation Master Plan. Like where we're seeing growth happen in the city, that's going to be weighted. I'm seeing some nods.
So to a certain extent, this report focuses on supply, whereas the Transportation Master Plan looks at sort of the growth projections. So it's a little bit nuanced. The TMP did consider all the lands in this inventory is included within the transportation master plan that will be before council this summer.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Members, is this report received? Thank you very much. We'll move on. We're going to move on to the item 4.4, the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for battery energy storage systems. There are 12 public delegations. We're going to hear a presentation from city staff first. And then I think the same technical motion as was moved at ARAC is going to be moved here, just for consistency as those both move forward to council. So sorry, Councillor Kitts, can I ask you just to make that technical motion?
From ARAC?
Sorry?
The motion from ARAC, that's what you're calling a technical motion?
Please,
Okay.
yes.
Whereas battery electric storage system facilities are an important and growing aspect of clean and efficient energy grids, and whereas ensuring regulatory clarity will help provide confidence to residents and proponents alike that these facilities are being fairly and properly reviewed, and whereas according to a 2023 report from the Ontario Energy Board, a typical electricity customer in Ontario uses roughly 25 kilowatt hour of electricity per day, whereas based on the size to megawatt hour storage of other modern BESS facilities, a 1 hectare facility could provide 50 megawatt hour of storage, which could provide power to roughly 2,000 typical customers for one day. And whereas based on the current staff report, there are circumstances in which such a capacity and footprint could be considered an accessory use, despite the intent of an accessory use being that these facilities be intended to provide the power needs of a site and are limited by the supply of the building's energy loads. And whereas the proper notification about proposed large-scale or principal use BESS facilities to local representatives is an important way to ensure that social license for these facilities can be secured. Therefore, be it resolved that document 2 details of recommended zoning bylaw amendment to the report regarding official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for battery energy storage systems be revised by adding the underlined text below to the proposed new section 91A entitled Accessory Battery Energy Storage System, subsection 1CI. 1, an accessory battery energy storage system is permitted. C, in any non-residential zone other than the EP, ME, and MR zones, and outside of the floodplain overlay, either enclosed within a building or other accessory structure or unenclosed, subject to the following. I, they may not exceed 20% of the total lot area or 1 hectare, whichever is the lesser. Be it further resolved that principal use BESS facilities require notification to the impacted ward councillor at the earliest possible stage in the planning and development process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my apologies, that's not necessarily a technical motion. So we'll be asked to consider whether or not to send the same recommendation to council that ARAC has chosen to do. Folks, can we take 2 minutes? We're just waiting for the planner to be able to get here. We're just waiting for our presenters, so. All right, we'll get one back underway. Royce, for your hands.
Thank you, chairs and members of the committee. This battery energy storage before you is a report that was received at ARAC last week. And it's a collaborative effort between Climate Change Resiliency and the Planning Department. Joining me today is Melissa George Conway. She's a senior planner in Climate Change and Resiliency. And we're also joined virtually with Fire Chief Paul Hutt, who is available if there's any questions related to the fire aspects and safety for battery energy storage systems, we call BESS for short. So I'll turn it over to Melissa for a presentation.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Battery energy storage systems are an important energy infrastructure using batteries and associated equipment to store excess energy from the electrical grid and then discharge that energy back in periods of high demand. We can go to the next slide. Energy storage systems help to stabilize the grid by reducing energy loads, and they help reduce costs to the end user. They help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and they can integrate renewable energy resources such as wind and solar. They help communities become more resilient to climate change by providing bulk power during power outages, and they provide greater energy closer to home. We can go to the next slide. This is a graphic that illustrates the grid in a nutshell. And battery energy storage systems are increasingly playing an important role within this infrastructure. They can be applied throughout all points of the grid, whether it's to support high voltage transmission lines or the lower voltage distribution grids, all the way to providing backup power to individual sites. Next slide, please. Battery energy storage systems are designed and built, can be designed and built as a principal use, which are designed to store electricity from the transmission or the distribution grid, which then solely discharges it back to the same grid. There were 2 facilities proposed that are proposed to be built in parts of our rural area, having been issued contracts recently under a provincial procurement. Those contracts were announced last May. Next slide. There are numerous standards that apply to battery energy storage systems. There is the Hydro 1 standard that applies to transmission scale BESS, the BESS that are principal use, as I was mentioning. There are also a number of third-party standards that help address fire safety, construction, and testing. There is also the Electrical Safety Authority, which is responsible to approve the connection of battery energy storage systems. The fire code and the building code also apply where an energy storage system supports occupied buildings. And municipal approvals are also applicable as outlined in this report. Next slide. An accessory use battery energy storage system is meant to help the principal use to carry out its function by supplementing the specific needs of a site and then providing energy resiliency in the event of power outages. From a public utility standpoint, an accessory BESS system may also serve to provide power to the local distribution grid to help offset demand during peak periods or to support specific geographic areas of the city where the demand for electricity is high. Next slide. In keeping with the provincial planning statement that was recently updated in 2024, staff are recommending that a new section 4.12 be added to the official plan, which would set out the land use policy direction for the siting of battery energy storage systems as either a principal or accessory use. Battery energy storage systems which are carried out by a public utility would fall under the generally permitted use provisions in section 4.11 of the official plan, with existing permissions in most designations outside of environmentally sensitive or constrained areas. Battery energy storage systems as a principal use, which are carried out by a non-public utility through a third-party contract, are recommended to be permitted in specific parts of the rural and urban area outside of environmentally sensitive or constrained areas and subject to a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. To summarize the proposed zoning bylaw amendments, staff are recommending a new definition for battery energy storage system, which distinguishes between a principal use and an accessory use BESS, as well as modifying existing definitions to include battery energy storage, including utility installation and on-farm diversified use. Principal use BESS facilities are intended to connect solely to the electrical transmission or distribution grid, while accessory BESS facilities draw electricity from the distribution grid and may discharge to one or more uses on the same lot and may also discharge back to the distribution grid. There are also new performance standards recommended for accessory BESS. These include that they be permitted in residential zones outside of the floodplain overlay, built in accordance with the Ontario Electrical Safety Code, and that they be permitted in any non-residential zone other than environmental protection or mineral aggregate zones outside of the floodplain, and not exceeding 20% of the lot area, set back 10 meters from any lot line, and screened from a public street or adjacent residential use. Next slide. As you may recall, in December 2023, Council granted a municipal support resolution for a proposed BESS facility in Ward 21. The municipal support resolution is a mandatory requirement set out by the Independent Electricity Systems Operator, and through their procurement process, they required evidence of municipal support for principal use BESS projects. They are general in nature, and they are separate from the development approvals process. Staff are recommending that the process for future requests for a municipal support resolution associated with a battery energy storage system be brought forward as part of a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment rather than as a separate report to council. Next slide. This report also recommends amendments to the site plan control bylaw to address BESS. Last November, Council directed staff to examine whether there could be provisions to exempt accessory battery energy storage systems. We've considered battery energy storage at different scales and contexts and are recommending that accessory BESS built in keeping with the zoning bylaw be exempt from site plan control. Staff are also recommending a technical amendment to the site plan control bylaw to change the requirement for site plan within prescribed areas outlined in Ontario Regulation 254. Last slide. In summary, this report has addressed the need to integrate BESS facilities in the immediate and broader community as they represent a key part of the energy transition. Staff has put forward a process to respond to future BESS projects that were awarded a contract under the LT1 procurement. And we're recommending measures to apply to such non-public utility BESS in order to evaluate their appropriateness of such a principal use and address potential impacts. The report recommendations recognize the important role that BESS can play in assisting public utilities in managing our local grid, as well as an accessory use for supporting individual homes and businesses. This concludes our presentation, and thank you for the time to present.
Thank you very much for that. Nice, clear, and comprehensive. So we do have a number of delegations before we proceed to questions of staff. There are 12, and we're going to start off with Andrew Teal, who will be followed by Angela Keller-Herzog, who will be followed by Gautam Shaw. So Mr. Teal, I don't know if you're in the room or if you're online. I'm going to assume online at this point. We're not seeing them online either. Okay. I don't want to hold things up, so I'm going to move on to Angela. And then we'll come back to Andrew whenever we locate him. Good morning, Angela. Beautiful sunny day. There you go.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Lots to say, so I'll be going at a good clip. Next slide, please. I think most of you know cafes. We're a local environment and climate network. Next slide, please. Let's go, let's go. Yeah, next slide. Overview. All of you would have received a detailed written submission yesterday. I don't always like details, but this one's very detailed. It goes into very, very specific recommendations in terms of the approval processes that the CAFE's Working Group on Renewable Energy and BESS has for you. In this presentation, I'll be taking a higher level view and ask some important questions that I think you folks need to figure out the answers to. Next slide, please. Just for context, CAFES is here to advocate for an enabling and functional local regulatory environment, not for any particular project. And we have in line of sight what kind of outcomes do we get from these regulatory proposals. Next slide, please. So what are some of the main issues and questions? It might seem simplistic, but we need to ask, do we like battery energy storage systems? Like, is it a good technology? What are the risks? Are we informed? So CAFES has been looking at this for about a year. We've really done a deep dive, and I'd like to just give a thumbs up. This is a good, helpful, cost-effective, multi-purpose technology. And I can answer more questions on that. Next slide, please. Is climate change still an issue? Is the energy transition happening? I could talk about this all day, obviously, but I'd like to assure you that, yes, unfortunately, climate change is still the biggest issue facing us, and we have to filter that in. Energy transition is happening. Yes, absolutely. Renewable energy and BESS have gone down in cost and are definitely now the most affordable, cost-effective, nimble energy technology available, which is why ISO is doing procurements for this. Next slide, please. So now, in terms of the economic development and energy perspective, will Ottawa attract investment from high-tech, clean tech, if we are electricity capacity constrained? i.e. if we have insufficient and unreliable power in the Ottawa area? And I would say, no, we're not. And this is a real thing. We had an information session with industry leaders last week, and the vice president of Nokia basically said, energy is the new gold. And again, I'd love to elaborate on that more, but I have to keep going. We fear that with the proposed regulatory regime for BESS, Ottawa will not attract energy project bids. We are not going to get large proposals, and large might be seen as bad, but large is also good if you need energy, if you need storage. Next slide, please. Energy planning versus land use planning. What exactly are the energy alternatives if we're keeping large BESS projects out of Ottawa? Well, we could build more transmission corridors to the nuclear plants hundreds of kilometers away. That would chew up a lot of land, a lot of forests, a lot of wetlands, a lot of agricultural land. We could have peaker gas plants that would pollute our air. Or maybe we could have a nuclear plant here in Ottawa. Great. We think the BESS and renewable energy option is far superior. It's more cost effective. It's cleaner. Next slide, please. In terms of the safety and environmental safeguards, and here I mean everything from noise right down to water pollution and stormwater management, fire, etc. We actually, again, based on this very careful review, think that for the accessory BESS over a certain size, there should be a site plan approval requirement. So in that area, we actually want to raise the approval process bar, but we do not support the proposal from ARAC that basically says the 1 hectare thing limiting size of accessory. Next slide, please. What are some of the highlights then of the cafe's submission? We would recommend that Ottawa adopt an enabling rather than a restrictive approach in the approach to approval processes for BESS. We think that principal BESS should be generally permitted as a use. We think that at the level of the zoning bylaw, BESS should be treated like a utility. So again, as a generally permitted use so that no zoning bylaw amendment site specific is required for every single major project. Next slide, please. So our recommendations are then that staff and councillor review the details of the cafe's submission, that you consult with Ottawa Hydro and learn their perspective on exactly how much investment in the Ottawa region transmission and distribution is needed and where exactly this is coming from. And thirdly, to strike an energy task force, same as the housing task force. And this would bring together land use planners, energy planners, and economic development planners around one table. And we believe that such an integrated planning approach would get better energy outcomes for Ottawa. Thank you.
Nicely timed. Councillor Dudas, last questions for you, followed by Councillor Cully.
Yes, thank you very much, Angela. I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to maybe provide some reassurance. I had reached out to Hydro Ottawa to see what their thoughts were on what staff is proposing, and they were very much in favor of the recommendations that are in front of us. I had specifically had concerns about whether that puts limitations on us as a municipality and our ability to host BESS projects. And Hydro Ottawa specified that they did not find that that was to be the case in what is before us today. So I just wanted to provide that information on the table, and I believe all of my council colleagues also received that letter from Hydro Ottawa. I think it was a week or so ago, just sharing their thoughts on this. So I'll leave it there.
May I? All right. So I think that in terms of the particular details of the regulatory proposal in front of us, Hydro Ottawa is mostly exempt. So all of the approvals, like I told myself I wouldn't use the word red tape and just use approval process. So all of the approval processes specified, basically Hydro Ottawa gets an exemption as a public utility. So in that sense, they're okay with it. But the question that I proposed is a longer term energy planning question, which is where is the investment that we need in our grid going to come from, and what does that look like? So Hydro Toronto put forward a 4.1 billion plan over 4 years for their grid improvement. So I think that Hydro Ottawa is working on similar and is counting on private sector money to come in and bolster investment in our energy grid. So we need to allow those investments in terms of energy projects to come in. And our concern is that the proposed regulatory framework impedes that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anything further from Councillor Dudas, so we'll move to Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today, Angela, and your continued dialogue on this. And I heard you say this report and the regulatory aspects of it are prohibitive to BESS installations, and I don't think you'll find anyone around the table who doesn't believe that the technology will be useful for a grid. And you wanted to go back to it being a utility, but I might take you back to, I don't know when this was, maybe a year ago, we had that discussion at ARAC where there was the recommendation from staff to provide a municipal support resolution for all 4 applications that were in the city of Ottawa, and council and ARAC gave them 1. That doesn't sound very enabling or productive either. And one of the reasons the council made that decision was the feedback that we got from the public, the unknowns, the unanswered questions. Do you not see some value in us responding to that in a way that clarifies things, that makes it clearer, more clear for everyone in terms of where they can go, how far it needs to be away from certain things. Do you not think that that might actually be more helpful than prohibitive in the end?
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kelly, for the question. I think both of us have been looking at these things in great detail. Again, I want to avoid speaking to of any kind of project advocacy. In terms of the outcomes that we want, we definitely need a process where there is a public consultation, where if a new project pops up, there needs to be a process where neighbors get to see what's going to happen in their vicinity. And I believe that if a public utility wants to put forward a big piece of infrastructure, there will also be a public consultation process. And I seem to remember I was at an Enbridge public consultation in Rockcliffe, where the community was up in arms about a new pumping gadget that was going to be installed somewhere in the bushes. So these processes, like, definitely the community has a right to know what's going on. And we fully support that. Also, just now in your comments, you said, don't we want to have like clarity and clear rules? We very much agree with that. And we just think that the technical rules and the like stormwater management rules, if there's a new installation and it's gonna swamp the neighbors with toxic runoff, then like that should be prohibited and that needs to be mitigated. But we think that all of those kinds of things can be done at a site plan approval level, which is like a technical level. We don't think that requires the political level. Lastly, in terms of why are we saying that the proposed setup would prohibit investment coming in? The ISO, right, which does the bigger responsibility that our grid is operating, has determined that we need more energy storage and more generation capacity. So there's these tenders coming in, and the local host government has the right to support this or not. And this is the municipal support resolution, or what will be called municipal support confirmation process. So the proposal in front of you proposes to bundle up the process for a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment with the municipal support confirmation. So it's putting it on the same ship, which means that the scheduling risk that this official zoning bylaw amendment for a particular project will go through is possibly bigger than the bidding window that the ISO has. In terms of the like city staff saying, well, it just takes 90 days, Angela, don't worry about it. But that doesn't count all the time where there's deficiencies identified. And this is the Planning and Housing Committee. So you guys know way better than me, like what can all go wrong and take time on zoning bylaw amendment application, right? So we want to ideally not tangle up these two processes. We want to use the technical capacities and make sure that that there is risks that are fully addressed, and that we think that there should be like engineering metrics used to determine setbacks that are needed. This is, and not that we have arbitrary numbers pulled out of the sky by urban planning. We think that we need engineers and technical specification to determine whether we need 0 meters, 10 meters, or 150 meters plus to have this
May I just
distance.
interrupt you there? These figures came from Hydro Ottawa. or were some sort of, there were they did. That was asked at ARAC, and that was clarified by staff at that meeting, that these weren't just pulled out of thin air. These were based on the setbacks that the hydro companies use for their corridors and their infrastructure. So this was not pulled out of thin air. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't have said thin air.
Okay. I don't see any further questions. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Angela, for your presentation and for your submission. Can you talk about similarities between the energy and housing files? Can you elaborate on that? Because I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, so we have a housing shortage, right? Everybody knows that. We're also looking at an electricity and grid stability shortage, and not everybody knows that. And I think, again, there's many reasons why there is such a dramatic demand forecast. It has to do with technology, and actually Councillor Curry could probably explain it better than me, why we are expecting so much demand. So in housing, when I say to you, oh, we need transit-oriented development, we've been getting our head around that for over 10 years, right? And you guys know what that means. It means that we want to have enabling regulations around transit. But what we haven't wrapped our head around is that we want transmission-oriented development when we're talking about energy projects, because they need to be next to distribution and transmission corridors. So there's a whole bunch of similar things that, as the Planning and Housing Committee, you very intuitively understand from housing, which is a shortage, but we can, I think, have the same thinking for energy. So similarly, in terms of like the character of the neighborhood, people don't want that disturbed. Well, same for an energy project, right? If a big energy project comes along and wants to be in your neighborhood, there's obviously local questions and resistance. But at a certain point, we also need to think of the bigger outcome to address the housing shortage. So I think that there's much where we can use the same intuition. And I think that to some degree, what will happen, I would predict in a year or so, is that we are going to have more regulations coming down from the province.
Thank you. This is almost like it's part of our infrastructure. That, like,
well,
when we talk about
it's both infrastructure, but it's also in terms of the economic development lens, right? Like, if we don't have the energy reliability, then thousands of jobs are going to be lost, right? So we have Ericsson, we have Nokia, who are coming from Europe that have net zero regulations to meet by 2030. So if their campuses can't be clean, stably powered, they're going to say, well, maybe we should go somewhere else. I mean, again, this is not a popular thing to express, but certainly new investment is not going to be arriving in droves if we don't have the grid stability and the power here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions. Thanks for the presentation. Our first presenter, Mr. Teal, was not able to make it today, so we're going to move on to Gautam Shaw, who will be followed by Mark McGowan. Good morning, Mr. Shaw. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. We really appreciate it. My name is Gautam Shah, and I'm a business person. And I would like to not repeat what Angela said and fully support what she's saying. And just wanted to give you some of the data points. And as a business person, and I have been working with Hydro One and Hydro Ottawa as a part of my business, and also ESA. I've been fighting some of the fights with ESA on battery, right, for the last year and a half, and I have won. So what I would like to first of all appreciate the fact that city is looking after my well-being, my safety, right? And I appreciate the fact. However, at the same time, right, what I believe is, as especially for the accessory use, right? And if you must have heard, like from ISO, they put out like on January 7th that we are going to require 75% by 2050 more energy, right? So the part what I'm trying to bring out, the point I'm trying to bring out is the distributed energy resource, right? So is the D is the essence, right? If you we would like the city to be the enabler of that D, right? And whereas like, every house should be the enabler of a distributed energy source, like the way we have enabled a solar PV, then battery is the next same way that we need to enable it. And if we start putting like roadblocks in terms of like having a zoning bylaw amendments and things like that for people to do, then it's gonna not achieve the purpose that ISO wants. Even the Hydro Ottawa, like for example, I'll give you the jurisdictions in California, they allow it like to sell energy from your battery. BC Hydro from since last year, like it's June, they have now allowed to like the residential customers and the business customers to start selling energy from their batteries, right? So same thing, I would like to address the fact that, as a city, and if we are going to be needing like more energy, I would like you to be the enabler, and then having like a data-based approach, a science-based approach, rather than, I don't know, like Councillor Kelly, like you mentioned that Hydro Ottawa gave you a 10 meters and 150 meters. I don't know what that was based on. I would love to hear that, because I have not seen any kind of science-based or data-based something that they have done to come up with these kind of numbers, right? So what I would like to say is the fact that if you are looking after our safety, if you're looking after our well-being as a citizen of this city, right? So please, I would like you to abide by those, like the regulate. For example, ESA, they allow 40 kilowatt hour battery in my basement now, right? And in multi-dwelling units, up to 80 kilowatt hour battery. Think about it. So, and then having those arbitrary like setbacks and things like that are not gonna, I'm sorry, I don't want to use arbitrary, but like those things, the numbers of putting those there, they need to be backed by a science, by real data. And the battery technology is changing so fast. So having this like in a battery in a small suitcase, right, can do a much more damage than the batteries that would have been like 5 years ago, for example. I'm not saying that it will, but what we need to consider those data-based approaches when we are trying to enable this technology in our city to help the grid, to help like the truly distributed energy resource like environment that otherwise we are not going to be able to achieve. Like Angela was saying, that building transmission lines, we are not going to get like 75% more energy by building transmission lines. So please consider this when you are putting those changes in the plan, so that you become the enabler rather than the roadblock. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Shaw, thank you very much for your presentation today. I don't see any questions from committee members, so we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Mark McGowan. Mr. McGowan.
Hi there.
There you are. Good morning. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, I will be quick because I did present at ARAC, and I really just wanted to visit Planning Committee today to ask them to take a second look, and I'm going to explain why. If we can move on to my next slide. So zoning bylaws are supposed to protect our citizens. That's why we're there. And at this point, I don't think, certainly and I'm talking about principal beds right now, I don't think the one we have is set up to do that. And I'll explain why. We proposed this 150 meter setback in rural Ottawa. The setback comes from Ontario Hydro, and it comes from their setback from the hydro corridor, is what what kind of distance that BES could be from the hydro corridor. The challenge with that is that's designed to protect hydro's assets from a potential fire, et cetera, within a BES. And I think we need to consider something a little longer. And let me explain kind of the story and why I believe that, because I'm kind of comparing BES to some other setbacks we use out in rural Ottawa. Can we go on to the next slide? So, you know, I was talking to some of my dairy friends, et cetera, this weekend, and some of my hog farmer friends, and we were talking about the risk these things present in our environment. And I will admit there's some fear, right? We're reading stories. Scientists have found out in California heavy metals in soils 2 miles from the Moss Landing fires. That has us concerned, right? We drink this water. Our animals drink that, eat the crops that grow on that property. And of course, we're all concerned about our own personal wells. But think about it. What's going on in the planning world today? At the provincial level, there is a document called the MDS, and this is the minimum distance setback required for a livestock facility. So imagine you have 75 cows, let's say a small barn setup. You must be 500 meters from the nearest dwelling, not the farmer's dwelling, but any neighboring dwellings. And it really limits how you can build a new dairy barn these days, because we're actually building them bigger than we used to. Now, all that is to manage, obviously, manure, etc. Right? We have to manage that. We can manage that in different ways. But the big reason for this in the agriculture community, we believe, it's really there to manage odors. And we're putting more energy and science into managing the odor of a dairy barn than we are to managing the risk of a BES. If you could flip to the next slide. So if you go and you look at this document, the document consists also of a piece of software that help you work through the calculation. But it is a science-based calculation. It's a 136-page document that tells you what your minimum setback has to be. But it starts at about 500 meters for a small dairy farm, 75 cattle. And if you had 20,000 cattle, you'd need to be 2.5 kilometers from the nearest thing. So I think what my takeaway is we've got 10 and 150. And I think what we need to think about is a setback that scales based on the risk it poses to the community that's going to be sitting in. And I think that's why I want to have some more work done on this thing and say, even if we take what we have now, we have to go away and study this, find a better way to make it scale properly. We do believe in the rural area. These actually don't belong in the rural area. They don't belong on our farms and our rural lands. Even pasture land is available to have a BES installed on it, which we don't think is appropriate. We run on volunteer fire departments. We're nowhere near the hazmat teams. And we believe that if there is a low risk of a fire, has a very, very high impact if it does go wrong. And we're going to destroy the water on our farms. So that's kind of where I would leave it. I think I have one more slide if you want to put it up. Nope, that's the last slide. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McGowan. I do see a question for you from Councillor Kelly.
Not so much as question, just a comment. I wanted to thank Mr. McGowan for his ongoing, respectful, and very reasonable and informed dialogue on battery energy storage in rural areas. And Mark, I think you raised a good point about scaled setbacks. So I'd be happy to raise that with staff later today and continue that conversation with them on what may be possible there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mark, I don't see any other questions for you. So thank you for your presentation today. And we'll move on to Don Sproul, who will be followed by Janice Ashworth. Good morning, Mr. Sproul. We'll get your presentation up on screen. If you just want to hit the button on the mic, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
I have some charts. Here we go. Thank you very much, committee. I'm Don Sproul, background in engineering, 28 years in high tech. I'm currently a climate change educator Climate Fresk, and I'm a close watcher of global developments in climate change technology. And I'm here today just to say what I see happening with BESS on a global and in Ottawa. And I do want to provide a bigger context for the approval of BESS in Ottawa. Next chart, please. So one of the charts after I go through my workshops on climate change and everybody's at a low, like nothing's happening, I put up this chart. 2021, California. Look at the use of solar power in their grid. You can see from the beginning of the day, 5 a.m., solar power kicks in and stops around 8 p.m. or something like that. And you can see the layering of nuclear and hydro and wind, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Solar is not a solution here, I don't believe in, but the next chart really captured my attention, which is they have deployed battery technology where the demand is greatest when they have no more solar and they use an excess of solar to actually charge the batteries. And from that, charging the batteries, they can actually deploy the batteries on the tail end of the distribution on demand. In Ontario, we've got excess power at night, and we can charge our batteries at night and use them in the same sort of configuration as in California. Now, people will talk about the whatever it is, the Moss Landing fire that was based on NMC technology, nickel, manganese, and cobalt. Older generation, the newer generations of lithium, iron, and phosphates don't suffer from the same consequences of the older battery technology. Next chart, please. By the way, when I present this chart to my course, to my workshops, people start saying, yes, there are things happening. So where do we want to be in 5, 10, 25 years? Atmospheric river, Valencia, Spain, November 2024. Next chart, please. Everybody knows about the fires in California, Jan 12, 2025. Next chart, please. Anybody remember the smoke in Ottawa, June 6, 2023? Next chart, please. How about flooding, August 10th, 2023 in Ottawa, heavy rains? Some of these things that you see here, you can see down in Montpellier where they were flooded out because they have atmospheric rivers happening. This stuff is coming, folks. Next chart, please. And let's not forget derechos that happen in Ottawa. When I grew up, a derecho was never part of my vocabulary, let me tell you, and it is now. So weather disruptions are coming and they're going to become more frequent and more severe. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? Next chart, please. So what's the main source of Ottawa's electricity? We're far, far away from the generation that happens in nuclear plants and gas burning plants. Fortunately, we got rid of coal plants back in 2012. But we're far away from where the main sources of energy is generated. We're vulnerable, and those transmission lines, the 500 kilovolt transmission lines, happen to come into the west end of Ottawa. So what are we going to do? Next chart, please. So what are the options? Ontario is doing new build. They're going to be building new nuclear, wind, solar, biogas, and BESS. And they're now also building gas peaker plants. So what's Ottawa going to do? I don't think we're going to allow wind, big wind in agricultural land. No more solar, no more biogas. BESS is one of the only options that's available. Or we could build a gas peaker plant out in Fitzroy Harbor. So there's two options that are available, or I don't really care where it is, but there's really two options. Let's get some BESS, or let's build a peaker plant. And nobody's proposing that. Next chart, please. So IESO originally recommended, I think, reading the report, 5 sites, which ultimately led to where are we at right now. The IESO awarded 2 BESS site contracts, one at Trail Road with Ward 21, where we have MSR approval, Marchurst, where it's changed its location from Fitzroy to Marchurst and is now seeking MSR approval. Next chart, please. So if you do an analysis of BESS versus putting in a gas peaker plant, you can read the columns: maximum contract capacity, 250 megawatts in Marchurst, 100 megawatts in Trail Road. There's a net saving to the ratepayers of Ontario in prorated up to $1 billion with Marchurst and up to $0.4 billion saving on that capacity. And the thing that's important to me is a net reduction in emissions. And it's 26 kilotons of CO2 per year, or equivalent to 6,000 cars taken off of the road, Trail Road would be about 2,400 cars taken off the road. Next chart, please. So here's a question for you. What does a ton of CO2 look like?
Mr. Sproul, I'm sorry, you've run out of time.
I have. Oh,
You have.
damn.
I appreciate the presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to Janice Ashworth, who will be followed by Kathy Black.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'd like to introduce myself first. I'm with the Dunsky Energy and Climate Advisors. We're a national consulting firm providing energy and solutions for the energy transition and climate change to the public. I did provide a PDF document.
That's coming up on screen.
Okay,
Janice, could I ask you just to bring the mic a little bit closer to...
There we go. Is that better? Thank you. We recently completed a study on the role of battery energy storage projects in Ontario and Ottawa specifically. We presented our report in Canada North last week, and I'm here to give a summary of that report for those who were not able to attend, and thanks to those who did make it out there. To start, I want to highlight, as some of the previous presenters have done, the context of the energy system in Ontario. Because of growth expectations across the province and technology shifts, Ontario is projecting a 75% growth in electricity consumption by 2050. This means we need to build out significant new resources of all generation types, as well as storage. The IESO for Ontario also recently published a report called the Pathways to Decarbonization, which mapped out how they could both meet their energy requirements and their climate change targets at the same time. The report found that 2,500 megawatts of battery storage would be needed by 2027, increasing to 4,500 megawatts by 2040. Consequently, large battery projects have been popping up all across the province in the last few years, including in neighboring Almont and a large one in Spencerville under construction. For local communities, our study found that batteries could reduce power outage duration and provide more capacity, which would enable business and residential growth plans that the municipality has. It could also provide significant funding to both community development projects and to the municipality as a whole by way of property taxes and development charges. Typical payments to a community development fund are in the range of about $1,000 per megawatt per year. To the municipality, that is about $1,250 per megawatt per year for taxes and development charges. On the second page of the document, thank you. We then looked at benefits to the province as a whole. Batteries help keep electricity prices low across Ontario. A recent study found that about 1,000 megawatts of batteries would save Ontarians between $2.7 and $4 billion. They do that by being 60% cheaper than natural gas peaking plants for the equivalent peaking generation purpose, and by also avoiding new grid lines, construction of transmission lines, which was previously mentioned. They also reduce costs by preventing the costly dumping of surplus baseload generation in Ontario, which has been equivalent to 20% of our hourly generation. In 2019, that was 20% of our generation hours, and as well as curtailing 18% of our renewable energy potential. So there was two factors there that we were reducing Ontario's system was not optimized because of that surplus baseload generation. So batteries provide the ability to suck up that generation when it's excess and provide it at peak times, which is the most costly grid times. Batteries can also support the climate change goals by reducing natural gas generation, as well as enabling more renewable energy sources onto the grid. The provincial 2027 target for battery generation would be equivalent to taking about 60,000 cars off the road in terms of emissions. We then studied the common concerns for battery storage projects. The main concern is a fire safety one. It's important to note, as was mentioned previously, that the industry has had a significant shift in the technologies used, or the chemical composition in particular. Historically, utility scale projects built over a decade ago were using a nickel manganese cobalt composition. The shift has been towards an lithium iron phosphate composition, which is much more resilient at higher temperatures and on higher duty cycles. The industry's also shifted towards more of a containerized solution for installation. Rather than being in one large warehouse, they'll be independently installed in sort of container, storage containers or shipping containers, which both prevents large-scale spread of thermal events, as well as prevents leachate from happening if there's ever any concern for that. Other concerns that we've heard raised can be noise, which can be or has been successfully mitigated through noise silencing technology and oversizing of fans, as well as sound barriers like hedges and fences. Those sound barriers can also be visual barriers and reduce aesthetic impacts. So to sum up, our study found that electricity demand is growing across Ontario and significant investment is needed somehow. Electricity storage technologies can optimize the grid and improve the value of Ontario's surplus generation. Battery energy storage is cost-effective and reduces emissions while enabling other renewable energy technologies. And battery is in support of provincial, municipal, and energy, climate, and economic goals. Thank you for your time on this matter.
Ms. Ashworth, thank you very much. I don't see any questions from members for you, so we'll move on. Thank
Thanks
you
very much.
for your time today. Kathy Black, you'll be next. And Kathy will be followed by Shirley Dolan. And we're just bringing Kathy online. Kathy, you're not muted. Okay, we're going to come back to Kathy and move on to Shirley Dolan, who will be followed either by Kathy or by Mark Kellenberger. Shirley, it looks like you've come off mute. If you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Perfect. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to present to this very important file. I want to start by saying that this is a very complex file and it's very difficult. It's difficult for staff, it's difficult for councillors, and it's difficult for residents. So we want to get this right. This is new technology, and it is improving all the time, but I don't think we're quite there yet. I want to mention a couple of the downsides to this technology. One is light pollution. One of the reasons that I enjoy living in the rural area is because I can go outside at night and I can see the stars. As we incorporate more and more of these best solutions, that may be more and more difficult to do. The other is the noise pollution, and I do appreciate the previous speaker talking about the mitigations for that. So I don't know if there's anything in the bylaw that would indicate that these mitigations have to be part of an installation. There's water contamination. That's always a concern for rural residents. And of course, there is a risk of fire. I know there's new technology out there, but I'm just not convinced that we're there yet. So I think it's important to protect people, property, and animals at all costs. What I would like to do is join my voice with some of the other speakers that have asked for an increased setback. I'm hoping that can happen. The other aspect is I'm really hoping that we can more put these gas installations in industrial areas as opposed to on farmland, whether it's pasture or whatever. I just think it would be a much better fit. There's a couple of aspects that I would like to add. One in particular, gas plants have been mentioned by some of the previous speakers. I think it's important to not mix apples and oranges. Best technology is storage. It does not produce power or electricity. It takes from the grid and it gives back to the grid. Gas plants produce energy, and they can be waiting there to balance the load if indeed that is required, as it will be as we go forward. One aspect I would like to put forth is the European Union has designated gas plants as green. We don't here in Canada think of them as green, but in Europe they do. So I think they should be considered as part of our solution going forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity. That is my presentation.
Shirley, thank you very much for your presentation today. I don't see any questions for members for you. Let's get to the right screen. Yeah, I don't see any questions for members for you. So we'll move on to our next presenter, who will be Kathy Black. Kathy, we can hear
Good morning.
you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go on ahead when you're ready.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As a former farmer, I'm asking the committee and staff take a second look at the zoning definitions for battery storage in rural areas. We need rural agricultural land to grow crops, feed Canadians, and raise our livestock. I believe that it's better to situate the BESSs closer to where the actual energy demand is, not on rural and farmland. Next slide, please. I inserted this slide to remind everyone of the commitments made at the Rural Summit. This is page 7 from the Rural Summit. Through zoning bylaw processes, invest more time and energy into approaches that preserve agriculture, develop zoning rules for renewable energy, battery storage infrastructure that respects the needs and interests of rural Ottawa. BESS belongs close to where the energy need is, in a commercial urban area. I think it's better to do this right than to rush it through. Next slide, please. The ask. I think we need to take a closer look at the comprehensive zoning bylaw changes being proposed, including taking a deeper dive into fire risks so that we can preserve our private wells and our drinking water. If the Planning Act also has a statutory notification distance of 120 meters, I think this needs to be broadened in the city's official plan, because the zoning bylaw could be at risk in terms of the notification to farmers. For example, if I own 200 or 300 acres of land and the statutory notification distance is only 120 meters, a lot of people may never know about the proposed site plan amendments. Also, as one of the other speakers mentioned, I think it's important to include the site plan amendment application has to be included for anything that's going in the rural area. It can't be exempt for an accessory BESS. Next slide, please. Rural residents are very concerned about environmental impacts of a BESS fire for their drinking water and their soil being contaminated. We don't believe the setbacks are sufficient. And the other thing to keep in mind is we probably all have our own generators in the rural area. So the energy demand is coming from urban areas. So why not co-locate the BESS where the demand is? Next slide, please. I've included this slide of Young Husband's store. This is an old picture and the current picture. This belongs to the city. And almost 20 years later, the land apparently is still contaminated. Next slide, please. Young Husband's store was owned by a private owner, and now it's owned by the city. And basically, I guess my question is, if 20 years later, the land is supposedly still contaminated, and we had a BESS fire, how long would rural residents have to wait for their drinking water and their soil to be decontaminated? We rely on our well water for our potable water and our soil to produce crops and food and to raise livestock to support Canadians. Next slide, please. The BESS setbacks vary across the province and across BESS projects. Energy producers such as Hydro One and Hydro Ottawa install their energy infrastructure on public lands. At the very least, energy infrastructure should be installed in the urban commercial areas, co-located to the hydro corridor where the energy demand is actually located. Next slide, please. Ratepayers are very concerned because of the risk of fire and toxic residue. We don't have fire hydrants. We have volunteer, not career firefighters, and we don't have access to city water. Next slide, please. On this slide, although I know we're not considering specific locations for BESS installations, I wanted to put this forward so that staff can take a look at 4 other proposed sites when it comes down to looking at site-specific BESS installations. The reason I've chosen these is they are on the hydro corridor in Canada, and they could attach to the required voltage. So I'm saying have a look at these commercial, urban, vacant land parcels and give them a second look. The focus of this meeting, though, however, is to request that staff takes a second look at what the requirements are for the land use in the agricultural areas. Don't take away our agricultural areas and potentially contaminate our water supplies for an energy production utility, which could be located close to where the demand is for the actual energy. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kathy, for your presentation. Are there any questions from councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Kellenberger. I think Mark is online. Hi, Mark.
Hey, folks.
Hi. All right, we've got your presentation up, so whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Excellent, thank you. Hey, folks, my name is Mark Kellenberger. I am a senior engineer consultant for DNV. DNV is an independent engineering firm. You can actually go to the next slide. And we are a leading expert in battery storage safety. We do all kinds of feasibility studies, testing, development studies, construction and overview of operating battery storage sites. We've touched hundreds of gigawatts of energy storage within North America. And specifically, my role at DNV is as a senior energy storage safety engineer. So I do a lot of work related to fire safety of battery systems. And I'd love to be able to answer any questions on battery storage safety at the end of this. We can go to the next slide. So in a BESS, there are multiple layers of safety systems in place to prevent a worst case thermal runaway scenario. So right at the start, that includes the battery management system. So this is advanced monitoring software built into the battery that actually looks at the status of the battery and how it's operating and can remotely cut power to the battery if there are any anomalies detected. Second layer on top of that is a fire detection system. So that's pretty typical of what is required in any housing development, any multi-family dwelling, fire detection systems. Later on top of that are advanced fire suppression systems. These can range from anything from water injection systems to more advanced firefighting chemicals. Even beyond that, batteries, if they fail in a particular way, they can produce gases that are flammable. So there are explosion prevention systems built into all these energy storage system enclosures. And on top of that, again, there's an explosion protection system as well, in the event that there is an explosion that is managed in a safe way. So the key takeaway here is that there's many system safeguards that have to fail before there's some catastrophic failure event for a battery storage system. Go to the next slide. So what are developers doing to ensure safety is built into every step? So early planning, so talking to city councils like this, choosing locations, making sure that they comply with any kind of regulatory frameworks, working with first responders and authorities having jurisdiction. So that is Ottawa Fire Services. And developing into the construction phase, there's all kinds of different equipment verification and testing, development of emergency response plans, and hazard assessments that go into place before a battery project begins to operate. So in my role with DNV, we work with many developers to develop these emergency response plans. We liaise with local fire departments, and we develop hazard assessments to evaluate the risks that are associated with any of these battery storage facilities. And we go to the next slide. So in terms of what is required of battery storage systems within the industry, in Ontario, there's the Ontario Fire Code, there's the Electrical Safety Code as well. There's also industry standards on top of that that are very stringent. So there's a number of UL standards primarily, and there's a number soup here, but UL 9540 is a really important system certification that any battery operating in Ontario needs to adhere to. And part of that is UL 9540A, which is actually failure testing of the battery storage system. And kind of encompassing all of these is a National Fire Protection Association guideline called NFP 855, which dictates the installation of battery storage systems. So this includes recommended setback distances, container spacings as well. And the industry is also moving towards what's called large-scale fire testing. And go to the next slide. So large-scale fire testing is a worst-case failure simulation. So this is a lot of testing that I do with DNV. And this is the setup of a particular test that we ran on a product that is that Brookfield is looking to install at some of the project sites that are proposed project sites that have been discussed. These battery storage containers are set up in their minimum recommended spacing on site. And my role here is to deliberately cause a worst case failure scenario, i.e. lighting it on fire. So we go to the next slide. So this is some images from a large-scale burn test that DNV performed on the SunGrow product. And the key takeaway here is that even in a worst-case fire scenario, the fire did not spread to adjacent containers. And we go to the next slide. And these are just some pictures of the after the fire test. So this is a worst-case fire that we ignited within the container. It completely burned all the batteries within the container. And if you look at the images from container B, C, and D, you can see that the fire did not spread to these adjacent containers whatsoever. During the test, there was also gas monitoring and smoke monitoring that analyzed the gases in the smoke plume that came off. And downwind of the battery, there were no concentrations of harmful gases found that exceeded any NIOSH safety limits during the test. So I'm happy to answer.
I'm sorry, you are out of time.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Perfect. I'll take a look to see if there are any questions from members, of which I see none. Oh, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering if you could offer a comment on some of the conversations we've had about having a setback that is sensitive to the size of the installation. Is this something that you've seen in other jurisdictions that you've worked in, a particular sensitivity to a rural versus urban context?
Yeah, so in terms of setback distances, those are generally dictated by performing what's known as a plume analysis study or consequence.
We'll give Mr. Kellenberger just a moment. Sorry, Mark, you froze there for a moment. Do you want to take another stab at that?
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me again?
We can see and hear you now again.
Okay, thank you. So to look at these setback distances for most project sites, the developer will perform what's known as a plume analysis or consequence analysis study, where they look at the battery storage proposed setup on the site, and we simulate some kind of failure scenario. And using the site topology, the prevailing wind conditions of that particular site, we can estimate where a potential smoke plume would travel. And based on that, we can set setback distances, and we can use that information to develop emergency response planning with local fire departments as well. So it's a lot of it is a project-based approach where we actually look at the different aspects of the proposed project location that go into setting setback distances ultimately. There are guidances for general setback distances. I know Hydro One has setback distances for the transmission corridors. In all the studies we've done, we believe those are probably quite large, much larger than would typically be needed. But we understand that they want to protect their infrastructure there. That's more of an infrastructure safety problem than a community safety problem. And typically these studies produce results that say there are no harmful effects outside of the sight lines of the project.
Mr. Kellenberger, thank you very much for that. I don't see any further questions for you, so we'll move on. Our next presenters will be Alex Simikoff and Jeff Wright, who will be followed by Raymond Laurier. Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, we'll get underway. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, councillors. My name is Jeff Wright. Thank you for the chance to address everybody this morning in my capacity as head of Evolution's development team. I'm joined here by Carl Hausler, who's my director of projects and has built about 2,000 megawatts of these types of projects across North America, and Alex Simikoff, who's my director of policy. We're a proud local company located right here in the National Capital Region. We've been building and managing power plants in the province and the region that have been operating since the early 1900s. These assets have been operating safely and effectively for over 100 years. And I'll say that we take this responsibility very seriously. I'm grateful that we are being considered for the opportunity to continue that tradition here in Ottawa with our 2 proposed battery energy storage projects developed in partnership with the Algonquin-Wakan. As we expressed to your colleagues at ARAC last month, I am proud to be leading a great team that shares my commitment to council, to residents and stakeholders to get this process right, and is working hard to earn the support that we need to proceed with these projects. I'd like to pass the mic now over to my Director of Policy, Alex, to share a few words about the recent progress and thoughts on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for seeing us today. As we consider the generational challenge of doubling clean power capacity over the next 25 years, we appreciate the initiative this committee is taking to make sure that we have a framework for battery energy storage systems. As the previous delegations have made clear, this technology will be critical to meeting our shared goals, whether that's building new housing, First Nations reconciliation, or meeting our climate targets. What we would like to add is an opportunity as a perspective on how we get these projects right. Across North America, we've seen 20,000 megawatts of utility scale BESS projects being deployed, but we recognize that R2 are the first to be considered for Ottawa. So we appreciate the responsibility to make sure that we work with the communities of West Carleton, Rideau, Jacques, and municipality at large to get this right. Over the past months, our team has had hundreds of conversations across the communities. We've knocked on doors through South March. We've sat at kitchen tables, responded to calls and emails. We were pleased to see a number of councillors at the event last week with the report we've shared, and you heard from its author earlier this week, earlier in the delegation stretch. We're also like to extend an invitation to the open house we're hosting all day on February 23rd at West Carleton Secondary School, giving us a chance to hear directly from residents and talk to our team and technical experts. What we do want to stress as well is that these feedback sessions are having an impact on our project. Since we first proposed a facility for West Carleton, we've made a number of important improvements that I think are going to be delivering what we're hearing. One, we've selected a new site, one that's further from residents. We're also working with families that have called West Carleton their home for generations to lease rather than buy the land, and we'll be returning it to its original state at end of contract life. Working with Hydro One, we've also selected a new transmission connection point, one that's going to feed power closer into the community. And lastly, we also have setbacks that are many times greater than that's proposed by this report. As we continue these conversations, including with Ottawa Fire Services and environmental groups, we look forward to being ready to submit a municipal support resolution request later this year. Looking ahead, we want to thank staff for the work on this report and affirm the importance of a robust review process for the city. Many of the requirements are currently underway already through the 15 studies and reviews we have underway through our site plan control application, and we look forward to sharing them with staff, committee, and residents as they're completed. One of the challenges we are facing here is the reconciling of municipal planning processes with provincial power planning objectives. The challenge is one of timing. The ISO has to balance about 5 million customers across the province on a second-by-second basis. That's going to get really hard as we double the size of this continent-wide electricity machine. I'd also be more mindful of the unexpected headwinds we're now facing as a Canadian economy. Delayed or not, the American tariff threat is one of the most acute risks we've faced in a very long time. And as we consider the threats that poses to our local businesses, employers, and investors, we trust that this committee shares our focus on making sure that we send a clear signal that the city of Ottawa is open for business. One of the things that gets me really excited about this project is the opportunity to bring on 500 employees during the development process and unlocking thousands more jobs across the city through the new capacity. We're also really excited about the opportunity to pay over $20 million in increased taxes, development charges, and community development funding. So to that end, we're grateful for staff's recognition of the importance of these projects and the assurances we've received that dedicated planning resources can be allocated to us. And that's what's most important for our team. We'd like to encourage this committee to continue working for opportunities to streamline the process, both to help achieve our projects, as well as to making sure that Ottawa remains competitive in the ISO's future procurement targets to make sure that you can attract projects that meet your power goals. Thank you very much for your time today, and we want to reiterate our opportunity to work with you and answer any questions you have today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I don't often hear that people are excited about the opportunity to pay their development charges. I don't see any further questions or any questions for you. So thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to move on to our next presenters.
Thank you.
Raymond Laurier will be followed by Courtney Argue.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Can you go to the next slide, please? So EVCO, why is Electric Vehicle Council of Ottawa talking about BES? It's because EVs need batteries, and the exact same batteries are being used by BES to deploy all over the world, like what is being proposed here. There's lots of disinformation about EVs and their batteries, and we're seeing a similar thing with BES. Lots of disinformation out there, and it's very easy to scare people, but we should really look at what are the underlying facts. So why have we done so much research on batteries? It's because we're answering questions on batteries from an EV context all the time. So we're very familiar with the technologies, the chemistries, and what's coming down the pipe. Next slide, please. So I've talked about this at AIRAC, that the older batteries were very much subject to fire if there were breach. And you can see an example there where poking something into an iPhone battery causes it to burn. Next slide, please. What's being proposed by Evolugen and others is LFP batteries. These are newer batteries, and if you look at the example on the picture on the right-hand side there, they drove a nail through the battery, and the battery actually didn't catch fire and actually still works. You see a voltmeter there that shows how much voltage there is from that battery after the nail has punctured it. So there's a bunch of reasons why they would want to use LFP, and it would be essentially foolish would probably be the best word, to use anything but LFP at this point in time because the costs are lower and the drawbacks are not an issue. Next slide, please. So LFP batteries, they're still subject to something called a thermal runaway, but in the case of LFP, the recommendation is to use water to cool them down. And once you've cooled them down, the thermal runaway stops. So it's not like the other batteries. The fire we saw a couple of weeks back at Moss Landing was with older chemistry, as someone else pointed out. Next slide, please. So in terms of safety regulations, and this has been covered by someone else also, the ESA and others have regulation in place. We saw an example of a fire that was a worst case scenario. The ESA actually mandates setbacks between these containers so that the fire can't spread between the containers. And the ESA is implementing new recommendations or new measures in their safety code starting on May 1st. So the hydron setback that's been used to determine the 150 meter, that's based on something very different from safety. And from our perspective, it doesn't apply here. We don't see any scientific basis to apply a 150 meter setback to a BES, whether primary use or not. And we think these should be treated just as any other utility installation. Now, I'm using the word here, the dreaded word red tape. If you've ever done any procurement, you would know that there's a list of mandatory requirements, and the more of those there are, the harder it is for someone to bid. And this adding more regulations just makes it more difficult. And of course, the planning department is already being overstressed by the need to deploy much more housing. So, and that it costs us as taxpayers, it costs us money to have the planning department process these rules. And next slide, please. Here, I just want to show, this is the IKEA, the BES that's at IKEA. This was installed in 2022, and nobody noticed it. Why? Because it's not a problematic installation. So you see the white box in the middle there? That's what they look like in real life. And what would happen with the proposals that are being done is that you would have many of those in one site. That are spread apart so that fire can't go from one to the other, and to make it safer. So with that, that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much for that. I'm taking a look. I don't see any questions for you from members. So thank you very much for the presentation today. And we'll move on to our next presenter, who is the final presenter this morning, Courtney Argue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We can hear you. Please go on ahead.
I was just waiting for my slide to pop up. I worked really hard on this. There's only one. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today to urge the council to reconsider the setback requirements for proposed installations of battery energy storage systems. While I understand the growing demand for energy storage as we transition towards more sustainable energy solutions, these amendments raise significant safety, environmental, and community concerns that require a more thoughtful approach to site planning. As someone with strong country roots, I often find myself giving directions to others by saying, John's house is just after the second hill, beside the barn with the red door, and about 3 cow lengths and 10.5 chicken lengths to the left. With this, I can understand how measurements can sometimes be hard to understand. I overcome this today, and I want to take you on a field trip not too far from here. Many of you will be familiar with Ben Franklin Place. Picture yourself sitting in that room. In the photo, you will see what 150 meters away from your seat at Ben Franklin Place looks like. The large rectangle is the equivalence of the size of one of the top 5 largest BESS facilities in Canada, that Evolution by Brookfield has informed our community will be start being constructed March 2026. Related to the loose definitions of principal and accessory BESS, this could be a potential scenario. Please keep this real-life visual in mind during this presentation. Number 1, safety risks and fire hazards. The risk of fire associated with BESS installations is well documented. According to recent reports, there have been multiple incidents involving lithium-based storage facilities worldwide. Some of these fires have taken several days, even up to 10 days to extinguish. Studies underscore that lithium iron phosphate or LFP batteries, which are touted as safer alternatives, are not immune to thermal runaway events. Proposed BESS installations often lack clear guarantees for adequate fire suppression measures or emergency response protocols. Even in the event of fire, toxic combustion products will spread with the prevailing winds, potentially affecting the health and safety of surrounding communities. Number 2, environmental implications. Fires at BESS facilities pose a serious threat to local water sources. Firefighting typically requires large amounts of water, which can carry harmful chemicals into the groundwater. In rural areas like Ward 5, where many residents rely on wells for drinking water, this is particularly concerning. Contamination of the aquifer would be devastating and difficult, if not impossible, to remediate. Number 3, setbacks requirements must be reconsidered. The current setback requirements proposed for BESS installations are inadequate and fail to account for the scale of these systems and their proximity to critical land uses. I think Mark and I were on the same brainwave on this example because I too found myself trying to understand more about what setbacks for farming entities were. I found similar numbers for setbacks for a dairy barn, more than 3 times the required setback to avoid insulting our noses. In comparison to a 150-meter setback for chemicals and transformers and batteries that could permanently destroy our water table and deny Ottawa residents of a United Nations declared human right of access to safe water in which we currently have. Given the potential hazards posed by BESS installations, such as fire risk, heat dissipation, and toxic emissions, it is reasonable to apply similar or greater setback requirements for these facilities. I urge the council to reconsider the setback regulations accordingly. Applying a precautionary principle approach similar to those used for livestock sittings would have safeguard health, safety, and well-being of our community. Additionally, the decision-making process for sitting these facilities must involve thorough consultation with city staff and the community to ensure transparency and proper consideration of local impacts. With now knowing some of the risks we are up against, I'm urging you to reflect back on our short field trip when I present you with the following recommendations. I urge the council to 1, amend the bylaw to require more stringent setback distances that account for installation size and proximity to agricultural, natural, and residential areas. 2, ensure that comprehensive fire prevention and suppression protocols are mandated and tested before any future approvals. 3, demand environmental protection measures and community compensation frameworks in the event of incidents. In close, we all want reliable and sustainable energy, but it cannot come at the cost of our safety, health, and environment. I respectfully ask you to put the community first by amending the bylaw to reflect these critical concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. I'm just going to make sure I'm on the right screen. I don't see any questions for you. So I'll just thank you for your presentation and we will move on. That is the end of public delegations, colleagues. If anyone has questions for staff or comments that they want to make, now is the time. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, so IKEA is in my ward, as well as Ben Franklin Place is in my ward. So thanks for visiting College Ward this morning with us. And we are trying to organize a visit to the IKEA site if there are any councillors that are interested in visiting, although we've just seen what it looks like on the slide. It's fairly benign. But all this to say, I am very interested in BESS as a solution, you know, given that our ward was deeply impacted by major weather events over the last several years. Residents are clamoring for solutions, and although I can understand that this is a new technology that causes some concern, I think it is imperative for us to adopt new technologies, especially when there are provincial and provincial body regulators that are indicating to us that it is time to do so. So I just wanted to ask a little bit about the evolution of this policy over time. So, you know, some of the concerns that we've heard today are that it's not moving fast enough, that it's not moving far enough, that we're not treating BESS like a public utility at this time with the greatest amount of permission and the fewest restrictions as possible. Can you help us to understand why we are not doing that at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. We have learned a lot through the development of the report that there are different contexts to be considered. The contexts that have been put forward in the report look at a battery energy storage system from the standpoint as a principal use, where there are a number of containers on a site. So looking at all of the different perspectives and considerations that go into what would need to be considered for a principal battery energy storage system, and then looking at it in the context of a battery energy storage system as a supportive use that's accessory. So we've tried to accomplish that, taking into consideration all of the feedback that we've received in this process, and I would say that's how it came to be.
And Chair, I'd just add that, in terms of permissiveness, the official plan amendment before you permits principal use battery energy storage. The zoning bylaw amendment process associated with those is not to debate whether a BESS would be permitted. It's really to focus on what are the appropriate siting and sizing requirements of that installation that's being proposed. And as we heard from delegates today, there's a variety of technologies that may or may not require different setbacks. So the official plan also is looking at providing us for some information so that we can better determine together what are the appropriate siting and sizing.
And so do you anticipate that there could be an evolution of this policy over time as we come to understand the technology better?
Chair, certainly that's an avenue that's open. This is very new technology for municipalities to deal with. As we learn and how that technology changes over time, we can certainly amend our framework and our regulations to adjust to how BESS is changing as well.
And could you comment on the suggestion about having the task force made up of various interested parties to come together to sort of look at this technology or at the zoning that relates to this technology over time? Or is that something that you think is currently managed well internally? Or
Chair.
what has your stakeholder engagement looked like at this point, I suppose?
Chair, if I may speak to that, we currently have 2 proposals in the city for battery energy storage that would trigger the need for a rezoning. We are, we've had discussions with the proponents. We are prepared to identify staff that have the abilities and experience to carry it forward in an efficient manner that are consistent among both projects. So we're not dealing with, different staff that have to learn the aspects of it more than once. We don't foresee being overrun with applications for principal use BESS. There are, we may see more, but I don't think we're going to get to a position where we need to have, a dedicated team looking at battery energy storages. We may, if we see 3 or 4 more, that still wouldn't, in my opinion, give us a need to have a dedicated team to it.
Okay, and final question. I just wanted to know the accessory use, the 20% up to 1 hectare. Is this limit respectful of the types of sites that might be proposed? Is it going to create a discouragement or perhaps a lack of ability to maximize a site that could be used for BESS because of this limitation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The sizes of accessory BESS can provide a significant amount of energy in a quite reasonable size area or footprint. So I'll just give the example of the Nokia development, which is submitted right now. That's a 10 megawatt accessory BESS system that's only occupying 5% of the lot. So we feel that the 20% limitation is to maintain the accessory nature of a BESS on a lot without limiting the size of the amount of energy that it could provide.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did attend ARAC, and so some of you are going to have to hear this all over again, but it's not too bad for you. But The one message I made at ARAC, and I really appreciate the fact that Councillor Devine, Councillor King, Councillor Johnson, and Councillor Carr came to Hub 350 to listen to this. But the energy needs, certainly for the technology park in Canada, are real. And Angela did a very good job of highlighting that. But I will just say to you all, so you all know that the number one need right now is for the expansion of current companies that are in the park, right? They all need more energy. The other is the green energy requests from companies like Ericsson, companies like Nokia that come from countries where they really need more green energy. The other request is for redundant energy, where there's so much research done in the park, because it's mostly R&D in that park, that they have to have backup power that is seamless, right? They can't have something glitch out in the middle of research that, would wreck research that's been going on for months and months, maybe even years. And then the last one is the new companies that would like to come into the park. And that's where Angela made the point about economic development, where, maybe predominantly now they're data energy storage companies that need a lot of power. And I think Bryce Conrad from Hydro Ottawa made that point, where we've got companies coming in. If we have a substation that we provide 25 megawatts of power, we have companies coming in asking for 100 megawatts of power just for themselves. Now, the reality is they're not finding that anywhere else in the world either. So they're asking around in all types of cities all over the world, do you have 100 megawatts just hanging around? So that's where the economic development advantage is real for us, that, we could attract more companies like that. And of course, there's a lot more to be said there. So on that note, I do also really want to thank staff, all planning staff behind me, Vivi and Derek and Debbie for sure, because, this takes a lot of different departments that I think are working really well together now, mainly because of this maybe, but I've been super impressed, and I really want to thank definitely Melissa and Royce, like having ongoing conversations with Hydro One, Hydro Ottawa, people in the tech park. There's an entirely new district energy model being looked at in the tech park with the Ottawa Climate Action Fund driving that. Like, there's so much going on quickly. I just want to make sure people are aware of what's really going on. So I did want to ask a few questions. There were a couple of questions I know from Hydro Ottawa that I just wanted to highlight. So Hydro Ottawa was very clear in that they wanted to make sure that this bylaw wasn't preventing them from doing anything, and staff, I think, have reassured them. But the community permitting pilot program project in the park is something that the bylaws are not fully written there. Will this bylaw affect anything more that's going on there, or would it be able to adapt pretty quickly?
So Chair, for the Canada North Business Park, staff envisioned that any BESS would be accessory BESS, and the CPP, the community permits system, wouldn't really apply because the accessory BESS provisions are very permissive, just a 10-meter setback and the lot coverage. If the CPP is not ready in time for business and that needs something different from those provisions, there's always the minor variance or minor zoning bylaw process to come on board. We could for sure look at writing a CPP bylaw that would consider how to incorporate any changes that might be required from accessory BESS.
Okay, good to hear. The other question that I know Hydro Ottawa asked, and I will just reiterate it, what type of land use would result from this proposal? I didn't feel that this was very clear, that the amendments enabled the above scenarios as an accessory BESS use, but I'm not sure what Hydro Ottawa is asking when they're saying what type of land use. Do you feel that the answer you gave actually addresses that land use question? I was wondering if they meant something else.
So Chair, as staff understand it, Hydro Ottawa is looking to partner with businesses to have energy storage on site. Those businesses would be the principal land use, which is why we're referring to these BESS as accessory to whatever that land use. So for example, in Nokia, the principal use on that site is an office, research and development. Nokia is the principal use on that site. Battery energy storage happens to be an accessory to the needs of that site. So in terms of principal land use, it's whatever's already established.
Okay. All right, as long as that's clear. And then the other question they asked was about the economic benefits. And let me just make sure I'm at the right question. That they asked, does this produce a desirable or economically feasible result? and it's in relation, might the differing setbacks and lot area limitations look like? What might they look like on a map site plan in different types of zoning and buildings and sites across the city? Does it produce a desirable or economically feasible result? And did staff feel that they couldn't really answer that question fully because there's too many variables, or like an economically feasible result? What do you think that Hydro Ottawa is trying to get at there?
So Chair, staff can try to take a stab at that, and like strategic initiatives can feel free to weigh in after. Economic development can mean very, very many things. What planning is looking at is trying to make accessory best as permissive as possible by respecting what is on site already as a principal use. So we don't want to have someone come in and have most of the site be a battery energy storage, because that's no longer accessory. So that's what we're looking at, is really establishing what's already there would still be that dominant use on the site, and just to make sure that there is a sufficient setback for any safety regulations. So in that enabling environment, planning staff believe that is a successful economic development initiative.
Okay, can I just ask then that you have a further follow-up conversation maybe with Bryce Conrad on that? Because I mean, when Chair Leeper was joking about, I've never heard anybody happy to be paying property taxes, but the uplift in some of these properties that these best projects would enable is important for us to understand, right? So I think I don't know, but I would say that maybe Hydro Ottawa is looking at the overall, if you look at all of it. And I appreciate that planning has to look at planning, but in terms of it being economically feasible for many ways, if I could just ask that there be a follow-up conversation on what he really meant by that. I'm often blown away at the types of things that Hydro Ottawa staff are looking at that sometimes we're not. And then the other thing I will just
Sorry,
say,
Councillor, you're at your 5 minutes.
can I just give one plug? And then I'm done.
Go ahead.
So there's a company in the tech park called Blue Wave AI, and they have this amazing technology that you can, whenever you're charging anything, cars or using electricity, you can see exactly from where it's coming on the grid. So you could actually plan to make sure you only ever use electricity that's coming from solar. So you can set your house up for it and your car up for it. It's amazing technology, and they are working very well with Hydro Ottawa. So I just thought I'd give them a little plug.
That was worth the additional 20 seconds. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had to remember to hit that button because I don't come here in person all that often. I think we've heard so first of all, I want to thank staff for their work on this report. I know that this stemmed from a request from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, and that our very first go around on BESS was a tough one. And I want to thank you guys for the effort that you've put into carving this out and helping us understand it and navigate the process. So thank you. I know I've heard from residents, and the committee today has heard from residents who still have some concerns, predominantly living in the areas where these applications are going to be coming in and have been coming in about setbacks. And I will have some comments on that and a direction to staff. But first, I want to ask some questions that I think might lower the anxiety for some of those people who are concerned. So can staff confirm that this is the case, that these are baseline setbacks, and through the zoning bylaw, site-specific zoning bylaw amendment process, staff can review and look at sensitive lands, proximity to agriculture, and recommend to the applicant greater setbacks than 150 meters?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, Councillor. We recommended the 150 meters setback, which is from Hydro One's infrastructure setback protection. So it can always be adjusted based on the review of additional plans and studies that accompany a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you so much. So I'm hoping that you will be open to this direction so that staff explore the feasibility of scaled setbacks based on the size of battery storage facilities and report back to both the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee and Planning and Housing before the end of Q2 2025. Happy to adjust that timeline if that's an issue.
So that's a proposed direction to staff. Are staff willing to take that direction?
So Chair, the wording of scaling with the size of a property may not have a direct relationship with the proposed technology of the battery energy storage. Staff is willing to look at how setbacks that have a relationship with the technology, that might be a better path forward as opposed to just scaling it with the size of a lot.
Okay, I was actually referring to the size of the battery energy storage project, not the size of the lot. So it's scaled based on whether it's 1 CCAN versus 250 CCANs with batteries in it. So I don't know if there was a misunderstanding or if it's a massaging of words here, but generally that's my intention.
So Chair, I appreciate the clarification on that. However, the technology of one container could be different within the same footprint and could have different setbacks. So if there's could also be an acknowledgement of the type of technology, type of battery that's within that facility, that would be helpful.
So if I added that to the direction, it would be feasible.
Chair, I'm wondering, whether there might be an opportunity to sort of discuss this further with the councillor between now and the time this reaches council, so we can sort of have maybe a more fluid discussion than is available on the floor of committee, and talk about timelines and workloads and other things that may be a concern for us, and work it into something that will also work for the council.
I think that's more than fair. So I'll drop the direction for now. Already thanked you, so I'll just go to the next point. I want to acknowledge that both Ottawa's official plan and provincial policy statements have battery energy storage systems in them. They are coming. They are coming. So to have something in place, and I take the points today that these things are going to be important for the grid, which means we are going to need public buy-in for these to work, especially considering that the municipal support resolution will remain part of this process. If we pass this report today, the zoning bylaw amendment will remain part of that process. So we do have some controls. We do have a say. Communities do have a voice in this. I will continue to pursue the avenue of the idea of scaled setbacks, or at least getting some information on whether or not that's feasible, because I do have residents who want to see that happen. So I think what we have here is a step in the right direction. I don't believe it's perfect. I believe the people who don't want to see these in their neighborhood, these bylaws don't go far enough. And for the people who think these are absolutely critical to our grid, they go too far. I think that's a good place to land for now. And I know that there remain some concerns, particularly for rural residents, as these will be situated in rural wards. But if we don't pass this today, we're going to go back to having basically no guidelines specific to BESS, and we will be in the same situation we were a year ago, that I don't think, the public or the applicants enjoyed all that much. So I will admit that there could still be some improvements perhaps to this in terms of size and setbacks. But we need to put something in place. The IESO is moving forward with what they call a window application system. So, I take Mr. Moody's point that we're not going to see hundreds of these coming in, but we're not going to see rounds of procurement anymore. We are going to see applications coming in potentially on an ongoing, consistent basis. And having something in place is better than not having something in place. So I would urge all of my colleagues to support this, and that we work together in the near future to perfect it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank all the delegates for coming out. I think they've all brought their perspectives, and there's a lot of information. This is new. This is growing, and it's part of our infrastructure going forward. We're actually heading in a direction where hydro poles used to be a big deal. Now it's going to be, BESS is going to be important as we convert to solar and wind power more and more. These are going to become crucial. There have been concerns raised, and I think the report dealt with them. But since Chief Hudd is here, can I just ask his comment on the report and if he's satisfied with it?
Chair, through you, Councillor, thank you for your question. Yes, I've had lots of conversations and with our folks in planning. I think it was one of our delegates, Mark Kellenberger, when we looked at it from a fire safety perspective, I think there was a very accurate and informative presentation. You'll hear fire service talk about this a lot. Prevention is key. Being proactive is key. So I think what this allows is it allows the fire services and emergency services to be at the start of the application process, looking at battery management systems, how fire detection, how fire suppression in these sites. And I think a number of times it was said today, the best technology is moving so quickly and so fast, and I think some of the regulations are having difficulty keeping up. So I am satisfied with what is being proposed before committee today. I think it will allow our service to review each application on a case-by-case basis, and by doing so, provide our comments at the start of the application process.
Thank you very much, Chief Hutt. And I think that's really important. And your emphasis on prevention, of course, is crucial. No, great presentations. We see this coming forward. Can't wait to see what's happening next. And the Canada Tech Park is probably going to be a leader. So they're right next door to us. So we'll keep an eye on them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. I don't see any further questions. Is this item carried? Oh, sorry, there's the motion from Councillor Kitts. Is that carried? Carried. And then the motion is amended, or the report is amended? Perfect, thank you. If you'll give us 90 seconds, Vice Chair Gower and I are going to switch seats for the next item.
Okay, thanks, everyone. We're moving on to item 5.1. This is motions of which notice has previously been given, and Councillor Leeper gave notice last meeting about a motion on shelter use in all zones. And Chair Leeper, when you are ready, I'll let you introduce the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm just waiting one sec while they take care of the Zoom. Make me a panelist. Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I won't reread the full motion, but I will read the therefore be it resolved and read the full, I've lost it, be it further resolved. There we go. Okay, so the motion that I've brought today is therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to bring forward a proposed amendment to bylaw 2008-250 that would permit shelter use in all urban zones consistent with the proposal in the draft comprehensive zoning bylaw and official plan at the earliest opportunity, and be it further resolved that shelter shall have the same definition as that in bylaw 2008-250 until such time as that may be amended through a future new comprehensive zoning bylaw. And be it further resolved that regardless of the modification to bylaw 2008-250 that would be affected as a result of this motion, any shelter use at 40 Hurst Way would be required to seek a rezoning to permit shelter as a use, and that staff provide the necessary zoning language to give effect to this direction. So colleagues, I'm trying to achieve, I think, 3 things today. I'm trying to find my list of what I'm trying to achieve. There are sort of 3 goals that I want to accomplish through doing this. And the first of them is really to ensure that as applications for shelter use move forward, be they staff initiated or third party, that the conversation that we have with residents is an honest one. Our official plan says that shelter use will be permitted in all our zones. And until we change the comprehensive zoning bylaw, I'm worried about a disconnect between what the current zoning in our city says versus what the official plan says. So this is something that I think residents find frustrating right across the entire planning process, that the official plan often dictates that we as a committee and council really don't have a lot of choice except to approve things because that's what our official plan says. And that's what is the case with respect to shelter use. If someone moves forward with the shelter use rezoning, it is really black and white on us that if it's just the change of use, that we have to approve it because that's what our official plan says. We don't have grounds to refuse things if the official plan doesn't give us those grounds. The second thing I'm trying to accomplish is just to ensure that until we pass the new comprehensive zoning bylaw in hopefully December, that there is the flexibility for either the city or third parties to have new shelters in all zones without having to go through expensive, time-consuming rezoning processes. A rezoning process, even if it were lightning, would take 3, 4, 5 months. One of the counselors was talking to me this morning about some of what we're seeing in the US and the potential for a greater number of people crossing the border. We're going to have to be nimble over the course of the next year, and ensuring that our zoning is not a hurdle to putting new shelter in is going to be critical. The third thing, and it's a relatively small one, but I'm cognizant of the workload on staff. If we can accelerate this proposal now, that hopefully is one less thing that staff have to do as we move towards the comprehensive zoning bylaw in December. So that is on my mind as well. Colleagues, people have asked me, why not accelerate other things in the zoning bylaw? We've got a huge swath of activity across our zoning bylaw. This is one area where it is binary. The official plan basically writes the new bylaw. There's no question of nuance. There's no question of disagreement over wording. The official plan is really, really clear, whereas in pretty much every other sphere of what we're talking about in the OP exercise, there's room for disagreement between reasonable people. I'm not willing to short circuit discussions where there is legitimate grounds for disagreement and for searching for nuance. But this one, the official plan is clear. The official plan makes it very clear that we will not put restrictions in place to shelter use in any zone. So I'm hoping to accelerate that change today, and I hope I'll have your support.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. We have no staff presentation because this is a councillor motion. We have one delegation, but I just see we have at least one motion, and I think it'd be good to put that on the table before we go to our delegation. So Kate, if you could be patient. Councillor Lowe, you can introduce your motion.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually two.
Two motions, okay.
Two, but I mean, it relates to the same thing. The first one, I didn't have any time to write the whereases. So the first one is therefore be it resolved that the motion be amended to apply only to downtown, inner urban, and outer urban transects. And the sample text, suggested text is at the bottom there. And the second motion is therefore be it resolved that the motion be amended to include 1005-1045 Greenbank Road and 3311 Woodruff Avenue as sites required to seek a rezoning to permit shelter as a use. And I'll speak to it later. Do you want me?
Okay, so we'll go to our delegation then. Any other motions, actually, before we do that? No? Katie Burkholder Harris has been waiting patiently 3 hours for this. Welcome, Katie.
Actually great. I got so much work done.
Excellent.
All right. Well, good morning / afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Alliance, I'm glad to see a motion that recognizes people need housing services and supports in every part of our community. Enabling city staff and community partners to react quickly to community needs is essential to respond to a rapidly changing homelessness crisis. This motion is important to protect future residents and community partners who will be living in new affordable housing builds from increasingly aggressive community consultations. While it's valuable for community members to be engaged in housing developments, the consultation process has become increasingly aggressive, prejudiced, and racist, with some awful recent examples, as you all know, where consultations needed to be shut down. Alliance member agencies have actually had their own staff targeted by community members through these consultations, finding their private information and being threatened, all for trying to build affordable housing. Consultations are meant to be a chance to ask questions, share concerns, and learn more about a new development. Instead, they've become a referendum on who gets to live in a neighborhood. We can't keep having this conversation every time a new build for affordable housing comes when the need is so great. I commend council and staff for moving forward with this motion to address this challenge in adding new forms of affordable housing. I'd also like to highlight some pieces about the motion that are not entirely clear and moving forward would be helpful in future zoning discussions, particularly as they have significant impacts on how we plan our housing and homelessness system. There are several definitions for emergency shelter and transitional shelters in city documents with inconsistencies between the two. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of clarity on the distinctions between an emergency shelter and a transitional shelter, and the motion uses both of these terms. Both definitions state that support services are provided and use the almost interchangeable terms short-term accommodation for shelter and temporary accommodation for transitional shelter. Neither mentions arguably the most important distinction, which is that one is a congregate setting and one is a place where you typically have your own unit. The difference between these is significant, and people experience more stability when they have a lock and key. Emergency shelters are absolutely critical to the housing and homelessness system. If someone's in a crisis, we need a safe place for them to land for a short period of time. Shelter stays are intended to be rare, brief, and non-recurring. Despite this goal, however, in recent years, in the face of overwhelm, exhaustion, and the very real fact that we do not want people to die, we have significantly increased shelter beds in our community, with services concentrated in downtown. People do better when they have geographic choice for services. This motion addresses this barrier for many in our community who are struggling to find affordable housing and support. The Alliance did a recent system inventory showing that for time-limited programs across Ottawa, 77% of them extend their timeline significantly. This was particularly true for transitional housing. It demonstrates the lack of flow we have in our current homelessness and housing system. Our existing shelters don't have the funding to maintain their current operations, meaning even less opportunity to reduce flow into shelter and support flow out of shelter. It's often said that the role of shelters is to work their way out of a job. I would refine this to say it's to work their way into a different job, providing forms of transitional and affordable housing. All of our local shelters are already doing this alongside their emergency services. Not being confronted with community backlash every time that they move in this direction is so valuable, as the motion addresses. But despite progress in developing more transitional and supportive housing, we continue to invest in new emergency shelter beds because it seems that it's the quickest, most doable action we can take. We're not alone. In Ontario, we've increased emergency shelter beds by 34% since 2016.
During the same period, overall homelessness has increased by 32%. In other words, we are buying homelessness. My caution about this motion is that we may also be creating an unintended escape hatch to keep adding more shelter beds to our system by using the language of emergency shelter rather than increasing transitional affordable housing. We absolutely need different forms of housing and services in our community, in every community in our city, and I strongly support Council's action here. However, I urge you to be cautious that we don't increase our investment in a temporary response, but rather focus our efforts on rapidly increasing affordable housing across all wards. It's incredibly challenging in the face of a crisis to see beyond the immediate need. But our housing and homelessness response requires us to do this. The official plan and the 10-year plan are a key part of this critical shift in how we design, zone, and plan for an end to homelessness. We look forward to working closely with the city as we refresh the 10-year plan this year to push for bolder, better outcomes for people. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. There's a few questions for you. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Couple questions. So did anybody from either planning or community social services reach out to the Alliance about this motion?
We'd been in conversations with staff from community social services, so not as much with planning, but had a chance to talk with a few staff members from
About
community
this particular
services.
motion?
Yeah.
Okay. And from what I understand from reading the motion and talking to staff and now your intervention, our understanding is that something like, say, the Mission or Salvation Army is the equivalent of, say, a Cardi house. Is that your understanding as well?
The wording's so complicated.
Yeah.
I would say no. And the fact that it doesn't name congregate is sort of the weird distinction here. And then the complexity between what's a rooming house and what's, those things get tricky too. But I think naming the actual design of the building is important because I think that helps to clarify a bit more about what we're talking about.
Okay. And then I'll just sort of give you my very real concerns. So you sort of mentioned that some of your staff very sadly had been sort of harassed and people looked up their personal information and whatnot. So my fear is this is actually going to politicize the process even more. Because typically, and I don't blame them, by the way, but shelter staff and shelter providers will go into communities where there's least resistance. And those communities are typically low income, have lots of foreigners, people working multiple jobs, blue collar, et cetera. We saw this very clearly with the Salvation Army debate we had in Vanier. So I was just wondering if you could touch upon that, because like you said, the people who are more likely to try to influence their councillors, their MPs, their MPPs are people who are affluent. They have time after work to do this kind of advocacy. They can come to committee. And while we are technically removing barriers, I actually think the removal of the barrier will be the thing that makes it easier for the cycle to perpetuate itself.
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I should clarify, not Alliance staff specifically, but member organizations. So service providers who are private citizens and are actually getting targeted. It's not that common, but it does happen, which is a real concern. So, I mean, in terms of, I think that the intention of trying to expand, and I think also like people want housing in their wards. They don't want shelters necessarily. And so moving forward, that's certainly the approach. But I think that I guess the danger about it being politicized is this feels like it actually creates space and openness and say everybody has to be a part of this, and every ward does actually need to provide services. We need geographic choice for people to access services and housing. And I hear what you're saying about that politicizing it, but I do think there's a leveling of how we do that. And I also think it begs the question, I think we need to refine our consultation process. I think a lot of the time those processes feel like exactly folks who are more affluent, who have time, who can engage, go to the meetings. They don't always reflect the demographics of who's even in the ward, which I think is a problem in and of itself. And they literally have just become a context to say no. And if you have a setting like this and delegations like this, that is what people come and do. And so, I know there's examples from the States and a few other places where there are different approaches to consultation that are a lot more integrated. There's even opportunities for voting, but much earlier in the process. And for individual neighborhoods, I've even heard it targeted on like individual blocks, helping to set targets for affordable housing in advance of a build. So I think there's an opportunity to explore different ways of doing this. I think the messaging on this is going to be tough, so good luck with that. But we are also here to support you because I think that it is really important to make sure services are in every ward.
So just my final question then, when, again, I gave the example previously of like Cardi House versus Salvation Army. And then we kind of had the weird hybrid issue that we had with the shelters that were in community centers for, mine are still there for a while now. In your mind, which I know you've studied a lot of this and you work in this every single day, which one is the ideal? Like which one is the city we need to push fast forward?
Housing. Affordable housing. So, I mean, on the housing spectrum, I would say within, you know, the sector of people who are going to need not just non-market, but non-market with some kind of supports, permanent supportive housing is absolutely the best we can do. Transitional, I think there are certain populations that this now works, but still with a lock and key for the person. And we know that with newcomers and refugees, this is actually a pretty good approach because their time is shorter in shelter, which is great. And similarly, youth, it's actually a population that it tends to work better for. But I do think that, you know, I look at some of the examples where we see real success, and I know everyone says Finland, but we brought them here, so I'll say Finland. Their shelters have become transitional housing, right? Everybody gets a door, they get a lock and key, they have some space to breathe, and the outcomes are so much better. And so I think as we look ahead, the congregate piece, even though I know it's the cheapest and even though I know it's the most doable when we're in panic mode and trying to keep people alive, if we keep investing in that, we will keep getting that. There is no amount of shelter beds that are going to actually stem the flow of homelessness.
Right.
If we build it, people will come. And what we really need to work on the flow issue and in conversations with shelter is actually diversion and prevention. And I'm going to brag about our member agencies right now because the big shelters and SHEPs, most recently we got data, they have reduced inflow into shelter through diversion approaches by 5% in the last 3 months. That's a big deal. So I want to just also stress, and I know this isn't zoning, so I know Councilor Leapy can cut me off any second, but it is an opportunity where we can start to stem the flow and then hopefully create breathing space in the rest of our shelter system, enabling us to focus on transitional spots rather than shelter beds that are in a congregate setting where we know people's outcomes are not going to be as good.
Thank you. I would say I really agree with you on the diversion and prevention piece. And I would say I sort of disagree with you on the leveling of the playing field piece, because I do think this will be politically leveraged by all levels of government to make sure certain neighborhoods stay certain neighborhoods. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Leaper.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Katie, for the presentation today. If the chair will permit me, I'll just very quickly say the wording of my motion is to ask staff to come back to us with a bylaw change that is consistent with the official plan in addition to the comprehensive. And so the key piece is Section 4.2.4 sub 2, which speaks to emergency and transitional shelter. So I would expect to see wording that incorporates both if this passes and as staff come back with the bylaw change. But I did want to ask with respect to ensuring that every ward is available for shelter. Whether Councillor Lowe's motion that would take the suburbs out of my motion, whether you consider that to be appropriate or not.
Well, I think every word should be in, and lots of people want to live in the suburbs.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. And access services there too, right? We have great community health centers that have broad catchment areas, which include the suburbs and other services. And I think most people don't know affordable housing is there when they're in there, you know, and it's not until something new comes on the place that people know it's there. But there's lots of folks who've come from homelessness living all over our city already. So I think just to remember, people are our neighbors.
Is there anything inappropriate about the suburbs that would preclude them from being considered for emergency or transitional shelter?
I mean, I think the caution is always transit and making sure people can access resources. So if that is the barrier, then that feels like a different discussion. But I think there's nuance there, but I think ultimately having it in every ward is really important.
Yep, and certainly that's the intention of my motion, is so that it isn't just concentrated in some neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. Hi, Katie again. I'm curious to know, so essentially what this motion would do would eliminate the need to come to committee to get a rezoning for this kind of specific use. You spoke a little bit about some of the abuse or challenges that Alliance members have faced when trying to set up shop, whether it's transitional housing or supportive housing, or shelters in specific neighborhoods. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on why you think it's important that we remove that piece of the process and how you think that would benefit service providers and ultimately people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also a difference when people are mandated to do consultation processes versus inviting neighborhoods in. I think our community agencies do a good job of trying to engage the local community in that, and knowing that it's not necessarily you have to do this, but we want you to understand our services. We want you to understand what community members are going to be coming to live here. I think that's valuable, and it's been done really well by a number of agencies. But yeah, I mean, as counselors, you all know what it's like to get abuse at this point, and you're public figures, and that doesn't make it okay. And we've reached a point in our kind of political culture where it's extremely toxic, and I would argue increasingly dangerous for folks. It strikes me as very, very concerning that private citizens are now being targeted because they're trying to build affordable housing. And I really, I think that reforming the way we do this is going to be central to being able to change that toxicity. And I think in addition to putting a boundary around saying it's not okay to have these conversations in this way, we also need to find an alternative path for folks to be engaged and involved. I don't know what that looks like yet. I know there are other best practices, but I think it's a both and. But I do think given where we are in the crisis, this is a really important first step. Yeah, people are dying. This is a really important first step.
Thank you. And the argument that I made consistently is we have to allow staff to respond to an emergency, right? Mm-hmm. We need to give them those tools and not hold them up. And I what you had to say is really interesting, because I think we also need to manage expectations about what we're actually consulting on. Mm-hmm. Because if the city determines that there's an emergency and that we need a certain number of facilities and that they need to go all over the city, have you put in any thought? So if we're not asking communities yes or no, and not inviting them to come and oppose a rezoning, what do you think the city should be consulting on in situations like that when one of these facilities or buildings or services comes into the neighborhood?
A great question. I mean, I'm not a zoning expert, and obviously the official plan sets the groundwork for a lot of this. But I mean, I think in general, as of right zoning for a variety of structures and really helping people understand what those are, working with the FCA, working with other sort of civil service groups. And I don't know what that looks like from any kind of communications when people aren't plugged into local politics. Understandable. It's hard to really get what that's going to look like. But I do think the people who come out to the sessions, as Councillor Plant said, are usually pretty plugged in. And so just constant re-engagement. What are our targets? What is our goal in terms of the amount of affordable housing that needs to be built in every neighborhood? And how can you be a part of, figuring out what that looks like? But to your point, really making it clear, this isn't a chance to just say no. Like, we cannot continue to just say no.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think you just answered my first question. Your delegation was diplomatic, so I wanted to just clarify the Alliance supports this motion.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. And do you get a sense, I mean, given conversation in the last couple of weeks, that with the maybe assumption that this motion would be passed, local organizations are sort of aligning, like getting organized?
Do I find that they're getting organized? How do you mean? Sorry.
Like with the assumption that this motion might come to pass and that things would be easier, has there been, are local organizations sort of lining up to submit applications, I guess?
So, I mean, I think that's more of a question for city staff. I'm not so in depth, but I would say, I mean, a lot of this is the integrated transition to housing plan. I know city staff are working closely with a number of agencies to do this, and some that are working on specifically newcomer support wouldn't be designated as a transitional shelter. So it doesn't affect all of them, but I think it's the ongoing question. I mean, we know a lot of this is trying to have the PDCs be able to, come back to the community. But I think right now it still feels largely city buildings and trying to kind of figure out city shelter services. But there are certainly local partners who are involved in the conversations, though big builds, not a huge part of the conversation yet.
Okay. And just based on your answer to Councillor Leeper, you support shelter use in all corners of the city, unequivocally, but I think I was hearing from you, there would be a concern for lack of proximity to transit or lack of proximity to community health or resource centers. Fair to say?
Yeah, just for practical reasons, I think, those spots have to be chosen thoughtfully.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Katie, for your presentation. I think we're all on the same page that we really want affordable housing. And this is not what we want, it's what we're pressured to do because of numbers, and we need to be flexible. And I think that's what Councillor Leeper's motion is. I'm already dealing with this in my own ward, and frankly, it's been very successful in terms of explaining to people, educating them, and giving them an opportunity to visit the place and talk to them ahead of time. And I'm so impressed by the reaction of residents. And I just wanted to get your feedback if you've seen these examples before, but in terms of our transitional housing for families, it's in Crystal Beach.
Yeah.
And it's an outer urban neighborhood. Transit is there. It's not rapid transit, but it's there. And we've got other things, but it's working. And the neighborhood has been fantastic, right next to a school.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen other examples like that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, John Howard did a great bunch of engagement when they had opened a new building. This was years and years ago. It wasn't the most rapid housing initiative one. They had done basically had a barbecue for the neighborhood. They brought people in, they showed them their services. And so I think it's interesting too, because, families are a bit of an easier demographic to help people kind of get their minds around. Whereas folks who are leaving jail, it's a tougher group. To be able to help people see why folks really need housing to get stabilized and supported. So I think that's a good example of really opening up their doors to the community well in advance, having information sessions, and then I think actually having events where they had folks who were living there and they had community neighbors come in. And it just created a lot of goodwill, and it was done well in advance in order to support that direction.
Yeah, before the misinformation gets out there.
Yes. Yeah.
Because we certainly had to deal with that as well, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Plante.
Me again. Bonjour. So a couple of things. So 3 things, and I have a question at the end. You said in your one of your answers, people are dying. We have to do that. I just wanted to say that that's true, but the reason people are dying is because they don't want to go to shelter. They want a door, they want privacy, they don't want their stuff to get stolen, they don't want to be woken up in the middle of the night, they may want to use drugs, which is they have every single right to, they may do shift work, and that just doesn't work for them. So we're sort of getting into this circular argument, which is, people are dying because they're out on the street. Well, they're on the street because they don't want to go to a shelter. So I don't understand why we are scaling up something that people are actually trying to avoid. And then I wanted to sort of circle back to the question about the proximity to healthcare and transit. And that was really weaponized in the discussions about the sprung structures by certain communities to say, we can't have these here because we don't have this, that, or the other. And, something like transit is easily solvable. You just send more buses out to that area. So I would caution using those things as a way to say we can't have those things here, because that, you just get into these circular arguments over and over and over again. And like you said, if they build it, they will come. So my last question then for you is, do you think that the staff should look at the definition of shelter either before this motion goes to council or some sort of redefining of what those things are? Because I have concerns, as you can probably surmise.
I mean, I don't think in advance of this council vote, I don't think that's necessarily like must do. I do think revisiting that in general for the definitions would be very helpful, particularly as we're doing the refresh of the 10-year plan. And the official plan, like the language there is not clear to me as well. And even market housing and affordability, there's some pretty complex sort of differences between things that I think it would be helpful for all of us. So I would say not in advance of this motion necessarily, but that's a project that needs to be worked on. The other piece, and I appreciate your comments about both the transit element and how that's been weaponized, as well as, people are voting with their feet. That's why we have encampments. And there's also just way more people who are really desperate and falling into homelessness. And that's why my response on this motion is very nuanced. And I do support it. And thank you, Councillor Kitts, for being like, where are you? We are supportive. We need this. We need to have safe places for people to go, and we need safe processes to get people there. However, I really, really encourage you to just the forest through the trees on this. We have got to stop building shelter beds and shelter beds. We just keep pouring money into a hole. And as you can see with the AMO report, 34% increase in investment, 32% growth in homelessness, right? Like we put the money there, that's what we're going to see. We put the money in housing, we start to turn the ship around. And that's the really tough part about this. And it's not easy to make that shift, but that's what I would really encourage folks to do. And with this motion, just to keep that big picture perspective in how we move forward.
Okay, thank you, Katie. That's it for the questions for you. Appreciate you being here and sharing your perspective and expertise. We're going to move now to any questions or comments from councillors. You can address questions to staff or to the mover, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Lowe, I know, wants to speak to his two motions that he introduced. Do you want to start with that, Councillor Lowe? Speak to your motions? Sure.
Yeah, thanks. So I've got two motions relating obviously to the motion. That one excludes the suburban transect from the broad permissions. It's on the surface, I know how this motion seems. I think it's obvious, but it's actually a lot of the nuances that were mentioned by the previous delegation that raised that concern for me, right? For example, during sprung structure, I did speak to not expanding the shelter system, and this motion does the overarching motion does do just that. It does expand the shelter system. I think non-congregate settings like group homes, which already exist in many of our suburban communities, are sort of perfect for as a way to allow people to live in our communities in a manner that's it's embedded, it's a part of our community, and it's sort of a seamless transition. The second motion speaks to two specific sites that are in my ward that were considered for sprung structure last year, and I just felt that it was appropriate to include those sites as 40 Hurst Way was added in as an exemption for a very similar reason, given the sensitivities that were raised around it last year in my community. So those are my two motions, and the reasons I have moved them. I'm going to ask questions about the motion later on when I'm back in my order there.
Okay, Councillor Trosser.
Thank you. I have a couple questions to staff. First of all, when we were discussing the definition of shelter in relation to an earlier motion that Councillor Plante had brought a few meetings ago, I had you read out the definition of shelter because it really was quite broad. So Councillor Leeper's motion has two terms in it. It has emergency shelter and transitional shelter, correct? So could somebody just read me what the definitions are according to the official plan of those two terms?
Through the chair, it'll just take me a moment to get them up. However, I do think there was material shared with the committee prior to the meeting that includes the definitions.
Okay, yeah, you've just arrived at the seat, so take
No problem. I
minute
can
or
wait.
two.
Yeah. Because I think in the previous discussion, we were just using shelter as a general category, whereas this one breaks it out into 2 words. So I just want to be abundantly clear what we're dealing with here. Great.
So I want to take a pause because Councillor Leapers just had to leave the room for a moment, so
Okay.
we'll wait 60 seconds and keep going.
Okay.
Okay, so back to Councillor Troster's question about definitions. Carol.
Through the chair, thank you very much. So the definition of shelter in the zoning bylaw currently is means an establishment providing temporary accommodation to individuals who are in immediate need of emergency accommodation and food, and may include ancillary healthcare, counseling, and social support services. Would you like me to read the definition of residential care facility?
No, that's fine. I'm just curious because Councillor Leaper's motion uses emergency shelter and transitional shelter, but in our official plan, it's just shelter as a general category. Is that correct?
The official plan policies use several terms. They are not terms that are specifically defined terms in the zoning bylaw. We've interpreted the intent of the provisions that refer to emergency shelters to mean shelter in the zoning bylaw. The policies previous to that section concerning emergency accommodation and shelters deal with wide permissions for residential care facilities, group homes, retirement homes. And so in that way, the 2 sets of policies achieve broad permissions for a continuum of housing to address the housing needs of people who are in an emergency situation or are transitioning into, hopefully, a more permanent form of accommodation. And in the zoning bylaw, that intermediary step where you have a resident, you are more of a resident and more of a long-term occupant of a building is considered a residential care facility. And you do get 24/7 social support services there. And an emergency shelter is more of an emergency situation. So the intent of the official plan policies, in speaking to the previous speaker's concerns and the concerns of councillors in this committee, is that we are going to be providing a continuum of housing through the new zoning bylaw, and it is a conformity exercise with the policies in the official plan. So at this time, I think Councillor Leaper's motions deal specifically from our perspective with shelters, shelter accommodation, the emergency form. However, the reference to transitional shelter is verging into what could be considered more into a residential care facility. And so there is the potential then to expand the motion to also include permissions for residential care facilities, that certainly would be defensible on the basis of the strong policies in the official plan that are directive in that respect. We are equally to be permitting broad permissions in all urban zones for residential care facilities. And that is the next step in the housing continuum in the zoning bylaw framework.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm going to leave it for now, but I agree with Councillor Plant. I think we need to look in a more surgical fashion at these definitions when we're looking at the entire zoning bylaw, because I think there's a lot of confusion. But for now, I think the language covers us off. I have a question for community and social services staff now, because I hear the concerns all the time about congregate shelter settings. My understanding is that any new overflow shelter that has been opened, even in the community centers in the last few months, even though they may not have a key in a door, in all cases, residents are able to come and go as they please. They don't have to leave from 9 to 5. Is that correct?
Through Vice Chair, yes, that is correct. So we are moving away from traditional emergency shelter model, which does typically have people leave during the day from the bed area, but everything that we've been moving forward with is that transitional model where people can stay during the day, do job search, that kind of thing. Okay.
So at this point, does the city have any projects on the books that would be of the emergency, you can't stay in your room all day model? Or are most things under development offer a little bit more autonomy to residents?
Everything we have in development offers that autonomy. We're transitioning away from the emergency shelter model in general.
Okay. One more question to staff from any department that want to answer this. Do you support what Councillor Lowe is trying to do to exclude the suburban transect from Councillor Leeper's motion? Do you see a benefit, or do you agree with the idea of excluding suburbs from the obligation to have shelters in their wards?
Chair, staff don't have any rationale to support a restriction based on any particular geography. The official plan speaks to allowing them in all zones, and that's where staff can support the Leaper motion. As we move further away from that, we don't have a policy context to support that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll just speak to this motion and then say, as one of the two councillors that represent the wards with the highest concentration of social services, shelters, transitional housing, it's really important that we have these services all over the entire city. Although not to the same degree as Councillor Plant, I hear about an overconcentration of social services in our neighborhood. There's only so much that we can take. There's only so many buildings that we can renovate. As it is, we're renovating an office building to turn into transitional housing. There's all sorts of things on the go in Somerset Ward. Fundamentally, we want people to access services all over the city, including in the neighborhoods where they come from, because I know that they're coming from the suburbs to downtown when they need to access shelter. I am relieved to hear that there is no plan on the books for the kind of expanding the congregate shelter system that are plagued with the problems Councillor Plant speaks about. I agree we should be investing as much as possible in permanent housing, but I also think we really need to be able to empower staff to respond in an emergency, and we are indeed in an emergency. The latest point in time count shows we have 3,000 people in the city either living in shelter or unsheltered. So I hope you'll support Councillor Leeper's motion. I will not be supporting Councillor Lowe's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. For my clarification, so this would mean that for a simple rezoning, this would avoid going through committee. In a rezoning situation, that would trigger community consultation. However, having gone through a situation recently with transitional housing where it did not require rezoning, I found that city staff were very available, and we were still able to work with the community service provider to provide a level of consultation with the community that answered quite a lot of their questions, and there was a willingness to continue to work with my community to continue that level of collaboration going forward. So if this motion passes, can staff provide me with a little bit of a insight in terms of what level of community engagement would be involved? Would it be simply there would be no engagement whatsoever, or is there still a level of conversation that happens?
So I can maybe answer from the social services side of things, and my planning colleagues can say what it would mean under zoning. We would commit to doing what we have similar for the site. You mentioned each of our transitional housing sites. As we do need to respond. We are in an emergency as declared by council. So the level of consultation is really set by what the level of need is for our side of things. But of course, we want communities engaged. The intention of shelter is to have people transition into these neighborhoods in the long term. So we want to make sure that we do engage the community to support those outcomes.
And through the chair, I think I heard the question was, assuming this motion is passed and the zoning bylaw amendment goes ahead to permit shelters in all urban zones, there would be consultations through that process, the standard ones for a city initiated amendment with newspaper ads, notification of community associations, and the information will be available in the DelVAPS application.
Okay, so there's still a level of consultation with the councillor and the community. Maybe conversation is the better word. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the zoning bylaw review process was looking at this particular aspect that Councillor Leeper has pulled out of it to accelerate it, that this was going to be coming forward as part of that overall review. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct, as well as other amendments to implement official plan policies to be in conformity with those policies, including broad permissions for residential care facilities and eliminating separation distances for group homes.
Okay. So I'm going to be supporting Councillor Leeper's motion. I find it very interesting because I have many conversations with my own community, and residents are often surprised to discover that we have various forms of supportive housing, group homes, transitional housing, shelter services in Blackburn Hamlet, in Convent Glen, in Chateauneuf, in areas of Chapel Hill North. Most people, once these facilities come in and over time, they recognize that these are our neighbors and there's a growing level of acceptance and integration. Having these types of settings all across our city is beneficial. It's not just to address the emergency situation we are in, which is absolutely the scenario we're facing, but it's also to have a more welcoming level for our communities in terms of these individuals, but also to understand that these individuals may not have a home, but they are residents of our city and they deserve the same level of housing and integration and schools and services that anyone else does. So I welcome this motion. I will not be supporting Councillor Lowe's, and I do appreciate his concerns, but I believe that they are unfounded. So thank you very much.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. So if I can understand sort of the limitations or the implications of the Leeper motion, does this motion move any funding envelopes away from projects that are currently allocated from the HAF or other policy priorities?
Through you, Vice Chair, no, it does not.
So would you suggest that this is a land use planning motion that changes a land use, but doesn't actually necessarily, I want to know if it's going to walk back all of the work that we've been doing over the last 2 years to accelerate transitional and affordable housing in this city?
Through you, Vice Chair, no, it's not. If anything, as new funding opportunities become available that are more specific to this type of transitional housing, it helps us act a little bit more quickly.
Thank you. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. I think that it is a signal to all of us around the table that we have a shared collective responsibility to respond to the housing and homelessness emergency and crisis that is in our city. Pinecrest Queensway has just been successful in their HEART application. They are going to be welcoming new West End services for people in their community for addiction, homelessness, all sorts of things that would traditionally be understood to be a downtown issue. And when I was elected, I was actually, really pressed upon as an outer urban colleague to understand that we need to be able to support people where they live. I have people living in cars in the Merivale Mall parking lot. I have individuals who are in Bell's Corners, and they want to stay near their workplaces, but they don't necessarily have those solutions close at hand. And I think that there is an obligation to understand that we all deserve to have choice, even if we have limited choices as to where we live. I don't believe that this will redirect any of the advancements in the advocacy work done by the nonprofit housing sector to try and solve for the lock and key situation. And I'm reassured by Kale today that this will not undo or redirect any of our policy. But what it does say is that we're all in this together. And for that reason, I will not be supporting the loan motion, and I would encourage people to vehemently reject it, because I think it sends a very bad signal to this table that undoes one of the core elements that Team Ottawa has been for, which is that this is an emergency. And we do not want these types of narratives to be co-opted by us and them. We have to refuse it. I will not stand for it. So I am very disappointed in it. And I'm just beyond myself. So thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. So my main question about the overall motion is that this sort of, we're already looking at doing something like this as part of the zoning, the updates to the zoning bylaw. And, most of me feels that it is somewhat redundant. It does, advance a timeline, but I feel it, I feel it brings work forward that's already being done in the background. Well, I guess actively. That comes with its own, public consultation process that's going to come with the second, that's going to come after the second draft. So I'm wondering if, the motion that's in front of us here is redundant to the updated zoning bylaw process.
Mr. Chair, the councillor is correct that we are bringing forward the updated zoning bylaw that will implement similar provisions to what is being proposed, as well as provisions that will allow other forms of supportive housing like residential care facilities, rooming houses, group homes in all zones. And so to the extent that, yes, we are working on it, this is amending our current zoning bylaw, 2008-250, to see it implemented sooner, as I understand it.
Thank you. I understand the intent of what's being brought today. It is just that we have a process that we agreed to follow, I want to say 2 years ago. And now we're looking at advancing it despite it already being underway. So that's, and then we're looking at, and then this sort of bypasses part of that process that I mentioned earlier. There is existing affordable housing, there is existing group homes and other smaller settings that are already in communities, including mine. And what I've heard from my residents, is concerns around the broader definition, the fact that it does include every single type. And I think, and what I've heard was, there are concerns about the larger congregate settings. They are supportive, and I am supportive of the smaller settings that already exist embedded in our community, the Matthew houses, the Cardi houses, and several, I don't actually know what they're called, but they support people with mental challenges. So that's sort of my main concern with the motion, and sort of why I've moved my own motions forward. So anyway, I don't really have any other questions. I'm not going to be supportive just because it's redundant. I know where everyone else stands, so I won't say anything else. Thanks.
Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. So just a quick correction before I get to my questions. You use the term continuum of care, and I hear this a lot in sort of the shelter circles, you know, the idea that you would go to an emergency shelter and then transitional. So that's not housing first. Housing first is that you house people right away the minute their housing becomes precarious, and they don't have to go through hoops and leaps and jumps and go move to several different locations before they have stable housing. It's like saying, oh, I'm hungry. And then I say to you, okay, you can have a glass of water for a week, and then you can have a smoothie for 2 weeks, and then maybe we'll give you something neat. Like, so I just wanted to discourage you from using that language, because it's absolutely not what housing first is and what we should be aspiring to, which is obviously housing people in a stable way and not forcing them to go through a bunch of leaps and motions. So I did have some questions for staff, and I wanted to thank Councillor Johnston for clarifying that none of our sort of housing agreements or any of the money is if say this would not pass, is jeopardized by this motion. But was there anything, and I did ask this question, by the way, as well as the renoviction bylaw, was there anything in any of the money we are receiving that says we have to have this motion in place?
Through you, Chair, no, there's no requirement that we have to have this.
Okay, and is there any willingness among staff, either planning or CSSD, or we could all work together to get a very specific definition of shelter into this motion so we can have a little more clarity on that issue? Is that something people are willing to work on before council next week?
Through the chair, my response would be at the direction of the committee, we would do that.
Okay, I'm not a member of the committee, but okay. Sorry, I just had one more question. I was writing things down. So I do want to, I'm not a member of this committee, so I can't vote on this motion, but I do want to just be the cautionary tale, right, for this kind of stuff. Because from what I'm hearing and in my discussions with staff and reading the motion and speaking to Councillor Leeper, first of all, this doesn't solve our problem downtown of emergency shelters. They're all going to stay emergency shelters, which, as Kale rightfully pointed out, we have moved to a different model in other parts of the city, but it doesn't solve the problem in the downtown core, which is the shelters only open at certain times, people come in and out, and there's nothing stable about them. And as far as I know, there's no requirement in this motion for those shelters to move to a more stable, permanent model of housing either. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
The motion would not affect the operation of existing shelters.
Okay, so that's obviously very concerning, because it sounds like the rest of the city would be getting the nice things, and then downtown we still have the outdated shelter model, and none of that will change, and it'll just be status quo, which anybody just has to go to the corner of King Edward and Murray to know that that's not working very well. And then the last thing I would say is, while I do, ostensibly we are going to be on the same footing across the city with this motion, I think that's very naive. And I think we all know that shelters are not going to be going into affluent communities. First of all, they can't afford the land. It is more expensive to buy, say, in Westboro, Rockcliffe Park, or, other parts of the city. And second of all, there's no provision in here to avoid an over-concentration of services, which, again, let me be the cautionary tale on that front. So my last question, and then I'm done. Thank you again to the chair for the time here. Was anybody consulted from the shelter services on this motion? Did anybody talk to SHEPS, Mission, or Salvation Army?
No, we wouldn't typically consult on this, just that really it is about where shelters can be located, not, again, to your point, Councillor, related to their actual operations.
Okay, so just as of note, I had a coffee with Stephen Bartolo of Shepherds of Good Hope, and when we just briefly discussed this motion, he did not seem in favor of it, but I can reconfirm that and send that to you guys. Thank you.
Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was a little bit surprised to see this motion come forward, only because this provision will come through the new zoning bylaw update. I believe we're about a month out from receiving draft 2, and then it will be hopefully voted on before the end of the year. But I do understand from Councillor Leeper that staff indicated it would be helpful for this to come forward now. And I'm thinking it might be helpful to this committee to hear a little bit more about how it will be helpful and why it should come forward now as a standalone item instead of waiting for the full update at the end of the year.
Through you, Chair. That's a really good question. And I think Councillor Johnson made a good reference to the point that we are in a housing emergency. So as Councillor Plant also mentioned, we're still operating in 2 community centers, an additional overflow in Councillor Leeper's ward. And really what we want to do is react quickly when we can and not have additional zoning considerations to go through, which take time. It's a process to respond to that emergency. As we kind of said, we want to give more dignified spaces that follow that transitional housing model. So this really gives us the opportunity to fast track that more dignified space that we're trying to get people.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions for staff. Is the housing emergency, is it in effect across the entire city?
Through you, Chair, yes, I would certainly say it is across the entire city. And as we mentioned, there's across the whole housing continuum, we're really in crisis, be it affordable market. Prices are certainly at a point where even for middle income people, it's becoming increasingly unaffordable. And of course, that's more acutely felt for lower income individuals.
In staff's opinion, are there any transects that are exempt from the housing emergency in Ottawa?
No.
And in staff's opinion, are there any wards that are exempt from the housing emergency in Ottawa?
No.
Thank you. I'll let Councillor Leeper wrap up.
Thanks. I think I put most of my points at the top of this. With respect to the question of definition, I've been very clear in the motion that we will have the same definition as that is used in the current zoning bylaw. 2008-250 is the current bylaw, and in that, shelter means an establishment providing temporary accommodation to individuals who are in immediate need of emergency accommodation and food, and may include ancillary healthcare, counseling, and social support services. I'm not proposing to change that. I'm trying to keep this motion very contained, and so I'm simply using the definition that we use today around this table for shelter. With respect to whether or not this is something new or whether or not various third-party agencies may support the motion or not, I'm not proposing anything new. Right. I do recommend to, I know I recommended to some of our newly elected councillors when they got elected to read the official plan. Right. And I just want to make it clear that the official plan says that we will permit emergency shelters and transitional shelters as a permitted use in all urban designations and zones. My motion isn't proposing to do anything different. It's proposing to accelerate it because we're in a housing emergency, and 11 months is going to pass before we pass what our official plan said we're going to do. This isn't something new. I'm proposing to accelerate something we are going to do anyways because our city is in a housing crisis. This is the official plan. I strongly recommend people read it. I will leave it at that. I hope people can support it.
Okay, we have the two motions, the two motions from Councillor Lowe in front of us. Kelly, we're going to do the one with the addresses first. Yeah. We'll do yays and nays on both of these. The first one coming up on the screen is specific to 1005, 1045 Greenbank Road and 3311 Woodruff Avenue. So yays and nays on this one.
Councillor Brockington? Councillor Curry?
Sorry, we are on which motion? The Lowe's? No.
There's two lows.
There are two low motions, and we're on the one that references two specific addresses.
No.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Counselor Tierney,
No.
Counselor Troster,
No.
Council Chair Gower,
No.
Chair Leeper.
No.
1 yay, 10 nays.
Okay, we'll move to the second low motion, which is the restriction on removing the suburbs, I guess, from the Leaper motion. So yeas and nays on this one, please.
Counselor Brockington, Counselor Curry,
No.
Counselor Dudas,
No.
Counselor Johnson,
No.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
No.
Counselor Kelly,
No.
Counselor Kitts,
No.
Counselor Lowe,
Yes.
Counselor Tierney,
No.
Counselor Troster,
No.
Vice Chair Gower,
No.
and Chair.
No.
Okay, and
One.
yeas and nays on the Leaper motion.
Counselor Brockington, Counselor Curry,
Yes.
Counselor Dudas,
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Counselor Kelly,
We.
Counselor Kitts,
Yes.
Counselor Lowe,
No.
Counselor Tierney,
Yes.
Counselor Troster,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gower,
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, colleagues.
Do you want me to wrap us up, Chair? Yes? Okay, there are no in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Any inquiries? Seeing none. There's no other business that I'm aware of. So we are adjourned with our next meeting on February 19th, 2025. Thank you to staff for all your support of the committee today. Thank you.